Chapter 1635. After Luo Luo, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian left, Yi Xian summoned the old tree again. Old tree, they might not recognize you, so just leave when you meet someone from the same faction, Yi Xian said to the old tree. No problem. The old tree replied, then turned into a bolt of lightning and left. After mutating, he could use the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash without a cooldown. His speed was even faster than Yi Xian's, and his strength could probably squeeze into the first echelon. Even if someone from the second echelon encountered him, they would probably only end up dead. There was no other way. After all, through Fairy Glaze's transmission, Yi Xian knew that more than 60 people from the Wicked Path Holy Land had come this time, and all of them were at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. During the search, Yi Xian also encountered a few people from the same faction. There were Platinum Knights from the Glaze Knights, and also experts from the Yarrow clan. However, after exchanging a glance with them, Yi Xian directly left to search for the true location of the inheritance. Finally, 10 minutes after Yi Xian entered the location of the Yarrow Emperor's inheritance, an aura suddenly spread out. Big brother, I feel the aura of the other half of the Yarrow Emperor's inheritance, Luo Luo transmitted. After Yi Xian and Luo Luo met yesterday, Luo Luo had grasped the ability to transmit her voice through space. It just happened to come in handy. Why didn't I feel it? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He hurriedly asked, where is it? If I'm north, it's northeast of you, Luo Luo replied. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian said nothing and immediately rushed over. He reckoned that someone must have found the Yarrow Emperor's inheritance. He had to hurry, or he wouldn't know who had taken the inheritance. After hearing this news, Luo Luo and the old tree simultaneously rushed over to the location of the Yarrow Emperor's inheritance. The first to arrive was Yi Xian. He saw a platform in the middle of the sea of flowers, but there was nothing on the platform. Someone had taken it. Fortunately, the person who had taken away the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance did not leave. It was a young man in red. He was holding an interspatial ring in his hand. One had to know that the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance was most likely with the Holy Leader's token. Now that this red-clothed young man had obtained the Demonic Beast Emperor's inheritance, it was very likely that the Holy Leader's token was also in his hands. This person seems to be the number 1 on the Dragon Demon list, the bloodthirsty Berserk Dragon Blood Spring Autumn. With his eye of revelation, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. The bloodthirsty Berserk Dragon was a new branch of the Colossal Dragon clan. Their battle prowess was extremely high, and this Xuechuanqiu was a genius of the bloodthirsty Berserk Dragon clan. At the same time, he was also the strongest. However, this bloodthirsty Berserk Dragon, Xuechuanqiu, was only in the 3rd echelon. There was nothing to be afraid of. I remember, you seem to be Lioli. Just as Blood Spring Autumn was about to speak, Yi Xian attacked. Death Warrant. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Streaks of black sword chi tore through the air. These attacks could be considered as Yi Xian going easy, because his goal was to make Blood Spring Autumn lower his guard, and then, Ch, you don't know what's good for you. Blood Spring Autumn only snorted coldly, preparing to destroy Yi Xian's attacks. However, the moment he attacked, Yi Xian's figure suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared behind him. Eye of Assassination. Rip. A crisp sound rang out, and the bloodthirsty Berserk Dragon, Xuechuanqiu, who was ranked first on the Demonic Dragon list, had his head sliced off by Yi Xian. Following that, his soul was gone. Instant kill. What rank first on the Demonic Dragon list? So weak. Yi Xian disdainfully ridiculed, and then quickly put away Xuechuanqiu's Universe Ring and the Demonic Emperor's Universe Ring. I've finally obtained the other half of the Demonic Emperor's universe inheritance. As long as I give it to Luo Luo, it will be able to cultivate the myriad fiend treasured body. This is something even stronger than the Lioli treasured body. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't find the Holy Leader token in this universe ring. It seemed that the Holy Leader token was somewhere else. Luo Luo, I've obtained the other half of the Demonic Emperor's universe inheritance. I'll give it to you now. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he quickly flew towards Luo Luo. Ah, big brother, I met that simple. Luo Luo suddenly transmitted. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. He had met Simple before. This guy had tried to steal his will of death time and time again. Later on, when he was at the Black Flame Dragon tribe, he was defeated by Capricious, and never appeared again. Today, Yi Xian was going to take revenge. Unfortunately, the space in this secret realm was still stable. Even if Yi Xian used the Eye of Space, he couldn't break through the void and enter. Ding! The host is currently unable to use the Eye of the Void. Not only that, but even the Eye of the Void couldn't be used. Ghost Dome Emperor, Wei Zhentian, delay that guy for me. The old tree and I will be there soon, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was a superforce in the first echelon. Luo Luo and Ghost Dome Emperor were in the second echelon, and Wei Zhentian was in the third echelon. As long as they could hold on until they arrived, Simple would be dead meat. Ah, that big brother monk is coming to help. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly transmitted a message. Big brother monk, are you referring to One Thought Monk? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This One Thought Monk was also an expert in the second echelon. Moreover, he was from the holy ground of Buddhism. It would be easier for him to deal with One Thought Monk compared to the others. Ah, another ugly monk in red and grey clothes is here. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Ugly monks in red and grey clothes should be the flowery monk and meat monk of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. The master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground was called Evil Buddha. It was said that Evil Buddha was once a disciple of the Buddhist Supreme. Later on, he was expelled from the holy ground of Buddhism. After that, he went to the Evil Sun Holy Ground and became a general under the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. After the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground fell, he inherited the Holy Lord token and became the new master of the Holy Ground. In other words, the flowery monk and meat monk were both from the Evil Sun Holy Ground. They were enemies. These two people were experts in the second echelon. Adding on the fact that Simple was here, Luo Luo was in a very dangerous situation. Wei Zhentian, how's the situation on your side? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Although he could share his vision, he could only see and not sense the situation. Wei Zhentian sent a message saying that the Buddhist monk One Thought was blocking the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple. As for the other three, they were fighting with the two monks. He also said that the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was not as strong as they imagined. Hang in there, old tree will be here soon. He could sense his and the others' location. Relatively speaking, he was farther away. Moreover, the old tree was faster, so it was naturally the first to arrive. Chapter 1636. In less than 2 seconds, old tree arrived at the scene. With his participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. After all, Old Tree could be considered as the third echelon in battle. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian directly received 2 amounts of killing intent. This was from the deaths of the flower monk and the meat monk. As for the successor of the Emperor of Death, Yi, his body was also blown up by a punch from Old Tree. What? So it's just a death clone? Yi Xian was stunned. No wonder Wei Zhentian said he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. It was just a clone. However, for a mere clone to be able to fight with a single thought, this Yi Bei was indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Yi Xian arrived at the scene as well. And I thought it was He Yi's original body. I didn't think it was just a death clone. Otherwise, Luo Luo and the others might be in danger. Yi Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he thanked One Thought Monk. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, sir. However, may I take the corpses of the flower monk and the meat monk with me? Asked One Thought Monk. Go ahead. Yi Xian nodded. Evil Buddha was the Buddhist Venerable's disciple. The flower monk and the meat monk were once part of the Buddhist Holy Land, so One Thought wanted to take the corpses back. Luo Luo, this is the other half of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave the Ring of Cosmos to Luo Luo. If I refine it now, it'll probably take me a day, but, Luo frowned. Although she had only been born recently, her intelligence was not low. This was not the time to refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. It's fine. Big Brother has a place for you to refine it. Moreover, you might only be able to find the Holy Lord's medallion after you refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. Yi Xian stroked her hair lovingly before stowing her away in the planting space. If it were anyone else, Yi Xian would not be able to store them away as long as they resisted. However, he had not yet rescinded his contract with Luo. As long as he wanted to, he could store them away. After Luo reincarnated, she didn't have any memories, so she was very curious about the planting space. However, she quickly got used to it and began to refine the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste the day that Luo was refining half of the Fey Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to continue his search. Even if he couldn't find the Holy Leader's token, killing some enemies would still be worth it. One Thought Master, please be careful. Yi Xian clasped his fist at the One Thought monk before directly leaving. Before One Thought could ask about the identity of the old tree and Ghost Dome Emperor, Yi Xian had already left. He could only sigh and continue searching for his companions. This mystic realm was also peculiar. Signal flares had no effect and would disappear as soon as they rose into the air. However, those with lower strength would gather together after meeting each other, and the team would continue to grow. Yi Xian, old immortal Tianju, said that we should only be able to find the Holy Leader token after refining the complete inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Fairy Liu Li suddenly sent a message. I know. I've already given the other half of the inheritance to Luo. She's currently refining it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Also, our people are all gathered in the east. You can meet up with them there. Understood. With that, Yi Xian immediately changed his route and rushed towards the east. Although he could move alone, it would still be very troublesome if he ran into the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld at the same time. A while later, he successfully met up with the others. Yi Xian quickly glanced around and discovered that less than half of the people had entered. Wayward, Ren Feng, Lin Zhanhao, Lin Guangyao, and around a dozen other people. Yi Xian, did you run into anyone stronger? Wayward could not help but ask when he saw Yi Xian. I ran into a simple death clone, as well as the flowery monk and the meat monk from the Sheyang sacred land. Yi Xian replied. Did you kill them? Wayward raised an eyebrow. Of course. Yi Xian nodded. He was not weak, so he obviously had to kill them. Not to mention the death clone, even if it was a simple death clone, he would probably die too. If that's the case, then report the battle situation. Wayward turned to look at the others. Lin Guangyao immediately added, 6 people from the Glazed Knights are known to have died. Among those who entered, the Glazed Knights were the weakest in terms of individual combat strength. Some of them could not even squeeze into the 3rd echelon, so it was expected that they would suffer heavy casualties. 4 people from the Penglai demon tribe have died as well, an expert from the demon tribe said. 3 people from the Tianjue Palace have died, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of the Tianjue Palace elder, said. In total, they had lost 13 people. The losses were still quite heavy. After all, among the experts from the Penglai demon clan and the Tianjue Palace who had died, there were also old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their combat strength could be squeezed into the 2nd echelon. Yi Xian, that Demon Emperor's inheritance still needs 1 more day to refine? Wayward asked again. Yes, Luo has already refined it in my space. Yi Xian nodded. Although it's very likely that the Holy Leader token will only appear after we collect the complete Demon Emperor's inheritance, we can't just stay here for 1 day. Let's move in groups. Wayward looked around. It was fine for him to move alone, but if the others moved alone, they would almost certainly die if they encountered an expert. Now, they had gathered together for this purpose. Everyone present nodded slightly, then began to form groups of 2 or 3. Even the experts in the 2nd echelon were the same. Yi Xian, are you interested in doing something big? Wayward suddenly smiled slyly. What do you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You know that my original form is a platinum holy light dragon, so I'm more sensitive to death aura. Although the range of this sea of flowers is small, I can sense the simple one. However, he was with the Prince of Netherworld, Limitless, at that time, so I didn't make a move, Wayward said. So you're saying that you want to kill these two leaders first? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Clearly, he was persuaded. Because they had entered first, otherwise, he would have used the Death Hunt command to mark the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld. That way, he could kill them. Now that Wayward had the ability to sense the simple one's location, it was much more convenient. As long as we kill these two, the remaining people are nothing to be afraid of, Wayward said with a grin. If you can sense the other party, then the simple one can sense you too. When the two of them joined forces, why didn't they find trouble with you first? Yi Xian asked curiously. Haha, this, you know. Wayward said somewhat shamefully. Now, Yi Xian understood. So it turned out that being willful was directly cowardly. Chapter 1637. All right, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Hearing this, Wayward patted Yi Xian's shoulder and turned to say, Ren Feng, you go with them. Yes, senior. Ren Feng nodded. Then, Yi Xian teamed up with Wayward and left. Although it's 2 against 2, don't be careless. That simple probably has a lot of undead creatures, and the Prince of Netherworld also has some ghost puppets. We'll probably be surrounded, Wayward reminded. It's fine. I like being surrounded. Yi Xian grinned. When they were rushing to this rendezvous point, he and the old tree had already gathered there, so this time, the old tree was also there. Moreover, his slaughter seals required killing intent to form. As long as he could form a few slaughter seals and set up the immortal slaying sword formation, even itinerant immortals would die. It's too slow. Sit on my back. Wayward suddenly said, then transformed into his true form, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. When he reverted to his original form, he was very small and petite. But now, his body length had reached 1,000 meters, and his speed had increased significantly. Along the way, they encountered many enemies, but all of them were killed by Yi Xian without exception. Among them was a monk Wine under Evil Buddha of the Evil Sun Holy Land. His strength should be above average in the second echelon. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Xian and Wayward. In his true form, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon carried Yi Xian around the Sea of Flowers. Soon, he sensed a nauseating aura. Found it. Wayward's eyes lit up as he reminded. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian did not see anything. It seemed that Simple was outside his field of vision. I'm ready. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He was already holding the highest grade artifact Crimson Flame sword in his hand. I sense the auras of Simple and Nether Limitless. There are a few others. Do you want to go? Wayward asked. We're already here. How can we not go? Without another word, Yi Xian stomped his feet on the dragon's back and leaped toward the dragon's head. All right. Leave the easy part to me. I'll leave the Prince of Netherworld to you. Willful didn't waste any more words and directly charged over. On the other side, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jian Yi, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, also sensed the willful aura and immediately prepared for battle. When the people behind them saw this, they immediately drew their weapons and waited quietly. In next to no time, Yi Xian and his willful figure appeared before their eyes. Last time, you ran away. This time, you brought someone with you. Do you think you can fight us? Capricious shouted. If it was a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be able to win against Capricious. However, they were now on the same side as the Netherworld Holy Land. With both sides working together, they had a high chance of winning. But how could they have known that Yi Xian was actually a hidden superpower? Cut the crap. Let me send you to see your senior brother. Willful roared, and instantly attacked. At the same time, Yi Xian charged over under the protection of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Slaughter Seal. Yi Xian immediately used the new skill of his immortal slaying bloodline, and immediately condensed a Slaughter Seal. If he wanted, he could double his combat power now. No, triple it. Again. Damn, it can't be used. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He originally wanted to condense 3 Slaughter Seals. That way, he could directly triple his combat power and kill his enemies without a problem. However, he didn't expect that the slaughter seal couldn't be used continuously. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to use the slaughter seal skill. Since it can't be used, then let's kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, the attributes of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian soared by 2 times. Undying Battle Soul. Before the battle, Yi Xian and Weiwood had already discussed a strategy. If they fought, then Weiwood would delay Jian Yi and Nether Limitless, and Yi Xian would kill the remaining people. Apart from Jian Yi and Nether Limitless, there were 4 other experts. However, they didn't know whether they were in the 2nd or 3rd echelon. However, it didn't matter anymore. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian charged toward the 2 experts. The former swept his sword with all his might and sent one of them flying. Wei Zhantian wasn't weak either. Since this battle was crucial, Yi Xian directly used Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept out and engulfed the 2 experts. On the other hand, Yi Xian quickly dealt with the other 2 experts. Since they were in the same realm, his killing intent didn't increase by much. Since it's like this, then let's use it. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he was fighting with someone of the same level. He reckoned that even if he fought for an hour, it would be difficult for him to condense a single slaughter seal. Therefore, he directly activated the slaughter seal and used the slaughter state, causing his combat strength to increase explosively by 2 times. On the other side, Jian Yi and Nether Limitless were shocked when they saw the 4 experts being killed instantly. This time, they didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their respective trump cards from their interspatial rings. 2 skeletal dragons. 2 nether puppets. These 2 skeletons were itinerant immortal dragons when they were alive. They could be considered pseudo-immortal beasts. After they died, their combat power was very strong. When the 2 skeletal dragons joined forces, even Jian Yi had to be careful. As for the 2 nether puppets, they were personally refined by the Netherworld Emperor. They were also itinerant immortals when they were alive, so they were extremely strong. These 4 undead creatures could all squeeze into the 1st echelon. Therefore, Jian Yi and Nether Limitless had the combat power of 6 1st echelon experts. Damn it, I knew you had trump cards, but don't underestimate me, Weiwood shouted angrily. A ray of white light shot out from his mouth and rapidly expanded. It was a white pillar with a coiling dragon. The moment it appeared, it shone with boundless light. When this holy white light landed on the skeletal dragons and the nether puppets, they immediately emitted green smoke. The white dragon demon suppression pillar, that thing is actually in his hand. Jian Yi was shocked. This thing was the nemesis of the undead creatures. It was the most precious treasure of the Life Saint sect. She didn't expect it to be in Weiwood's hands. No, that's just a fake. The sharp-eyed prince of Netherworld saw through the clues. If it was the real white dragon demon suppression pillar, the 4 undead creatures would have been instantly purified. When the white dragon demon suppression pillar appeared, Jian Yi and the prince of Netherworld had actually thought of retreating. However, when they saw that the white dragon demon suppression pillar was just a fake, they decided not to leave. After all, there were 6 of them. However, Yi Xian and the others weren't to be trifled with. Wei Zhantian, kill them, Yi Xian immediately ordered. At the same time, he released the old tree. Chapter 1638. It's finally time for me to make a move. Old tree grinned and transformed into the ember of lightning fire. 9 lightning fire heavenly dragons flew out of his body and attacked the 2 nearest Netherworld puppets. 9 dragons sky roaring strike. The power of this move was no weaker than the sword storm. 2 powerful moves were executed at the same time and instantly turned the 2 Netherworld puppets into dust. Furthermore, this was not the end. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian directly marked it as simple, then instantly flashed behind him. Together with Old Shoe's 9 Dragons Thunder Flash, the 2 of them attacked one after another, connecting seamlessly. Yi Xian, the successor of the Emperor of Death, was shocked and used his trump card again. Immortal Body. Just as Yi Xian and Old Shu's attacks were about to land on his body suddenly enlarged by several times. The Void Flame Sword wave and Old Shu's Thunderfire Fist actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage when they struck his body. The disciple of the Emperor of Death was indeed not easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian and Old Tree's goal this time was not to kill Yi Xian, but to prevent Yi Xian from controlling the two bone dragons. "Haha, take this." Yi Xian's arrogant voice rang out. In the next moment, he directly spat out a white dragon breath. Innate ability, Sacred Dragon's Breath. This white dragon breath directly blasted onto a bone dragon, instantly blasting it into pieces. The Platinum Sacred Light Dragon's dragon breath increased the damage of undead creatures. It was very normal for it to kill a bone dragon in one hit. Now, 2 Netherworld puppets and a bone dragon were instantly destroyed. This caught the two of them off guard. "Damn it, let's go." The black-armored prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically as he turned around and left. "Old Tree, chase him to death." Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. It was impossible to travel through space in this mystic realm, so Yi Xian only used the Death Pursuit order to mark the Prince of Netherworld. Then, Old Tree, who had the 9 Dragons' Thunderflash, chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he would kill him first. Hoo. Tens of thousands of blood swords swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also attacked from the left and right. On the other hand, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was condensing on the spot, preparing to kill it with a single strike. "Go and see your senior brother." At this time, the willful condensation was complete. After a warning, it opened its bloody mouth. Easygoing was surrounded from 3 sides and had nowhere to hide. He controlled the bone dragon to stand between him and Caprice. Boom! The holy dragon's breath burst out, and the bone dragon was used as a shield to block the attack. "If you dare to touch me, Master will definitely not let you off." She had no other choice but to bring out her background. "Even if your senior brother died in my hands, am I not still alive and well?" He opened his dragon mouth willfully and sneered. The Life Sacred Land, the Buddhist Sacred Land, the Death Sacred Land, and the Nether Sacred Land were 4 great sacred lands. As for Simple's master, the Emperor of Death, he was the master of the Holy Land of Death and had a deep background. However, Caprice's background was not bad either. His grandfather was the master of the Life Sacred Land, and his strength was even stronger than the Emperor of Death. So, what was there to be afraid of? After using the Undying Body, Simple's defense was amazing. Even the Sword Storm and Void Flame Sword ripples could not break through. However, this Undying Body definitely had a time limit. Once the time was up, Simple would be a fish on the chopping board. Caprice had already condensed the 3rd Holy Dragon's breath, but he could not wait and directly released it. Boom! This dragon breath obliterated hundreds of blood swords and then blasted on Ultraman's transformed body. The Undying Body, which was immune to normal attacks, was directly broken by this holy dragon's breath. Simple was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Emperor of Death's Undying Body is indeed powerful. "I want to see how much ability you have." Caprice snorted coldly and condensed the power of the holy light again. At the same time, he controlled the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column to smash at Simple. Bang! The White Dragon Demon Suppression Column's damage was not high, but it could satisfy Caprice. "Get out of my way." Simple was furious. He swung his fist and sent the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column flying. At the same time, he looked for an opening to escape. Unfortunately, there were tens of thousands of blood swords surrounding him. As long as he ran in any direction, Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Emperor would follow. There was no way he could escape. Fortunately, he still had a soul seed in his master's hands, so he was not too desperate. Even if he died this time, he could use the soul seed to revive. This was one of the benefits of not breaking through to itinerant immortal. At this time, Simple's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of a solution. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Simple roared at the sky. Then, the chi of heaven and earth suddenly began to circulate wildly and gather above Simple's head. Seeing this, Yi Xian was a little confused. Could it be that Simple was going to use his trump card and die together with them? Damn, this guy is going to undergo the immortal tribulation on the spot. Caprice immediately reacted and exclaimed, "This guy wants to lead the immortal tribulation to attack us. Let's go. Back off." Yi Xian was also shocked and quickly retreated. The immortal tribulation was not a joke, let alone someone else's immortal tribulation. At this time, only by becoming an itinerant immortal could they survive this crisis. The space here was very stable, similar to the space in the Penglai demon tribe. If they broke through to itinerant immortal, they might be able to make a move here. However, what shocked Simple was that he had failed to lead the immortal tribulation this time. Poof! Suddenly, the immortal tribulation thundercloud in the sky dispersed. There was no way to undergo the immortal tribulation here. What? Simple was shocked. This was his last trick, and he did not expect it to fail. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for showing off. Caprice laughed loudly. Simple originally wanted to use the immortal tribulation to scare off Yi Xian and Caprice. Then, he would directly undergo the immortal tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. That way, he could escape. He did not expect that he could not undergo the immortal tribulation here. He was done for. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Simple did not forget to threaten in the end. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shrink. The duration of the immortal body was about to end. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Attack him." In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept over. The defense of the shrunken immortal body decreased, and it was instantly pierced through. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, which proved that Simple had been killed. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of revelation also captured a wisp of remnant soul. Void flame sword wave. Poof! With a soft thud, Simple's soul was obliterated by Yi Xian. What successor of the Emperor of Death? He was not worth mentioning. Chapter 1639. Here, I'll go after that guy, Wayward said to Yi Xian and immediately chased after the Prince of Netherworld. Yi Xian quickly kept Wayward's Qian Kuan ring. However, just as he was about to keep Wayward's body, Wayward's eyes suddenly turned into two wisps of death intent that rose into the air. Then, they condensed into an illusory figure. Who gave you the guts to kill my disciple? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. This person should be Wayward's master, the leader of the Holy Land of Death, the Emperor of Death. Wayward, who was about to chase after the Prince of Netherworld, suddenly stopped. He looked at the Emperor of Death and laughed coldly. What a joke. You're just an illusory figure. What right do you have to appear in front of me? It's you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Death Emperor's gaze landed on Chen Mu. Last time, Chen Mu had killed his first disciple, which led to the Death Emperor choosing another successor. This time, Wayward had been killed again. This aggro had increased. However, Wayward was right. He was just an illusory figure now. What ability did he have? Indeed, I can't do anything to you now. However, you'd better be careful in the future. The Emperor of Death's eyes flickered. After he finished speaking, he turned into two rays of white light and entered Yi Xian and Wayward's bodies respectively. Oh my! Wayward was not the only one who did not react. Yi Xian was the same. He guessed that this was some kind of mark left by the Emperor of Death. You Emperor of Death, are you trying to find someone to kill me in the future? Yi Xian, don't be afraid. I'll ask my father to help me get rid of this mark later. After Wayward finished speaking, he immediately flew into the distance. After all, the Prince of Netherworld had escaped. Yi Xian did not pay much attention to the mark left by the Emperor of Death. After all, he was in the Penglai Holy Land now. Even if the Emperor of Death came personally, he could not do anything to him. Using the shared vision, Yi Xian could see the figure of the Prince of Netherworld through Old Tree's eyes. The Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, was slightly weaker than Wayward. However, he was good at escaping. Old Tree, you chase after them. Capricious and I will split up and flank them. Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. All right. The Prince of Netherworld was rather fast. With his 9 dragons' thunder flash, the old tree could barely keep up with him. However, the Sea of Flowers had a limited range. Once they reached the edge, they would be knocked into by Yi Xian or Caprice. Along the way, the Prince of Netherworld met a few people. There were Platinum Knights, demon race experts, and people from the 3 unorthodox sacred grounds. However, when the Platinum Knights and demon race experts recognized the Prince of Netherworld, they avoided him. The Prince of Netherworld didn't have the time to deal with them. As for the 3 experts from the holy grounds of the evil path, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the Prince of Netherworld being chased by an unknown bald elder. They hurriedly retreated. This chase lasted for a long time, a full 20 minutes. After the Prince of Netherworld fled at full speed for 20 minutes, he reached the edge of the Sea of Flowers, which was also the edge of the array. This time, if he didn't change his direction, Old Tree would catch up to him. Damn it! The Prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically. Then, he flew toward the west. Coincidentally, the west was where Yi Xian was heading. Haha, we bumped into each other. Yi Xian laughed heartily. His eyes flashed as he used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the Prince of Netherworld. Although more than 20 minutes had passed and the double amplification of the slaughter state had long since passed, don't forget that Yi Xian could use the slaughter seal 3 times a day. Massacre mode. Yi Xian instantly exploded, and his aura doubled again. Then, he slashed his sword at the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. Void flame sword ripple. Whoosh. The wind howled. The scarlet flame sword instantly attacked the back of the Prince of Netherworld's head. This attack was not weak. If the Prince of Netherworld couldn't dodge it, his head would naturally fly off. Damn it, Netherworld Dharma body. The Prince of Netherworld's expression turned cold, and his body suddenly became illusory. Then, Yi Xian's scarlet flame sword passed through him as if it had cut through water. As for the Prince of Netherworld, he was completely unharmed. Good move, Yi Xian was shocked. This move was indeed good, but he heard the system notification that the Netherworld Dharma body could not be copied. It seemed that the level was too high, or there were some specific factors that he had not satisfied. However, this did not matter. He had to kill the Prince of Netherworld first. While Yi Xian was blocking the Prince of Netherworld, the old tree appeared in front of the Prince of Netherworld in a flash. Poof! The old tree's hand passed through the Prince of Netherworld's body. The son of the Netherworld Emperor was not so easy to deal with. The successor of the Emperor of Death was simple. He had cultivated the immortal body and transformed into Ultraman, making his entire body indestructible. As for the son of the Netherworld Emperor, Nether Limitless, he had cultivated the Netherworld Dharma body and was immune to all kinds of attacks. However, so what? Wei Zhentian, surround him, Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared and directly wrapped the 3 of them up, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, the Prince of Netherworld's expression had darkened. However, he pretended to be calm and laughed. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me with just the few of you? Ordinary attacks are indeed useless against you, but why don't you try this move again? At this moment, Yi Xian sneered and suddenly moved away from the old tree. Then, Wei Zhentian tore open a hole, and a ray of white light shot in from the outside. This ray of white light was the breath of the sacred dragon that Wayward had released in a hurry. Ordinary attacks were useless against the Netherworld Dharma body, but Wayward's breath of the sacred dragon could. The Prince of Netherworld was engulfed by the white light and was instantly purified. Even his soul was obliterated, leaving behind only an interspatial ring. As he was not killed by Yi Xian, there was naturally no killing intent value. However, Wayward said generously, "Here, take it." "Many thanks." Yi Xian did not hesitate and took the Prince of Netherworld's interspatial ring. However, as he had expected, there was not much inside. Now that the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld were dead, there was no one in the Demon Emperor's inheritance Mystic Land who could stop them. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's also a Netherworld puppet that was refined from the corpse of an itinerant immortal. Yi Xian grinned. The combat power of this Netherworld puppet was at the level of the first echelon, and it was extremely precious. Now that there are no more opponents, let's split up and kill all the people from the evil Holy Land first. After saying that, Wayward turned around. As long as they killed all the experts from the evil Holy Land, they would not have to be afraid of the Holy Leader's token even if it appeared. Chapter 1640. At this time, outside the secret realm. Ha ha ha, good, this is really good news. Even the Prince of Netherworld has fallen in there. This is great news. Old immortal Tianju could not help but laugh. Yi Xian had also spread the news of Simple's death through Fairy Liu Li. Now, the news of the Prince of Netherworld's death, Nether Limitless, had spread. The rogue immortals of the evil sacred ground could not believe it. It was one thing for Blood Chuanqiu, Monk Flowery, and the others to die, but how could the first echelon of battle be killed as well? What happened? The Platinum Holy Light Dragon can't kill two people in a row. These rogue immortals could not help but think. At this time, the four rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death and the Netherworld Sacred Land all made a decision. The four of them were not simply bodyguards for Simple and Nether Limitless. They had come here for another purpose. However, the Netherworld Sacred Land had also invited an expert, but he had not appeared for a long time. No one knew what he was doing. Through Fairy Liu Li and old immortal Tianju, almost everyone in the camp knew about the death of Simple and Nether Limitless, and their morale was greatly boosted. On the contrary, the morale of the evil sacred ground experts fell, and they began to be cautious. If it were not for the fact that they could not find the exit, many of them would have left. At this time, Yi Xian and Capricious were roaming the sky above the Sea of Flowers, killing any enemy they saw. After half a day, there were only a few survivors from the evil sacred ground. Some hid in the Sea of Flowers, hoping to survive this calamity. Although there were many evil sacred ground experts, almost none of them could be found now. Therefore, Yi Xian and the others gathered in front of the platform where the Shifter Emperor's inheritance was placed. They had searched through the entire Sea of Flowers but had not found any clues. Therefore, this was the only place that was more likely to be the culprit. Another half a day passed. Luo, who was refining the other half of the Shifter Emperor's inheritance in the planting space, finally opened her eyes. "Brother, I'm done refining." Luo's tender voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. "How was it?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "After refining the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, I obtained the memories of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. I already know where the Holy Leader's token is." Luo replied, "It's under this half of the inheritance. At the same time, Senior Monster Emperor's corpse is also down there. However, it's protected by a formation. If we forcefully break it open, the interspatial ring that contains the Holy Leader's token will shatter." "Oh, okay." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Since Luo had already refined the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance and obtained the inheritance memories left behind by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, then she should be able to obtain the Holy Leader badge. However, the matter was not over yet. There were still many people outside who were eyeing them covetously. Yi Xian glanced around and said, "Luo already knows the whereabouts of the Holy Leader's token. However, we still haven't decided who the Holy Leader's token belongs to, right? I feel that since only Lord Luo knows, then, Yarrow Tian of the Penglai demon race said." However, he was interrupted before he could finish. "Sai, you can't say that. If Yi Xian and I hadn't killed Simple and Nether Limitless, do you think this matter would be so easy?" Wayward snorted. "Then what do you think?" Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace suddenly asked. "That's simple. The strong are respected, so we'll naturally use strength to obtain the treasure. Each side will send out one person, and the one who wins in the end will obtain the Holy Leader's token," Wayward suggested. Actually, he was not afraid of others. In the current situation, the only one who could fight him was probably Yi Xian. Right now, there were four other factions present: Heaven Absolute Palace, Penglai Demon Race, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Actually, there was a fifth faction, which was the Buddhist Sacred Land. However, the One-Thought Monk was currently on the side of the Glazed Knights, so he could not be considered a representative of the Buddhist Sacred Land. At the same time, Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai Demon Race were on the same side. Even if Lin Zhanhao of Heaven Absolute Palace obtained the Holy Leader's token, he would give it to Luo Luo. After all, they were here to help this time. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian exchanged glances. Yi Xian and Luo Luo seemed to have an inexplicable relationship. Was Yi Xian not going to help Luo Luo? I've already promised Fairy Glazed Glass to help him obtain the Holy Leader's token. However, Luo Luo also needs the Holy Leader's token, so I have to obtain it. After Luo Luo uses the Holy Leader's token to overcome the heavenly tribulation, I'll give it to Fairy Glazed Glass. Yi Xian thought to himself. Your Heaven Absolute Palace and the Penglai demon race should stop fighting. I can send you flying with a single hand. Wayward suddenly turned around and said. Even if you were once a wandering immortal, I can't back down. Yao Tian snorted coldly. If that's the case, then you and Lin Zhanhao can come together. I'll accept this battle, Wayward said directly. Hearing that, Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao exchanged glances. This was Wayward's own request, so they would not be unreasonable. In a one-on-one situation, they would definitely lose, but in a two-on-one situation, they might still have a chance of winning. Then I'll offend you. Immediately, Lin Zhanhao summoned a sword, while Yao Tian directly transformed into his original form. He was the destruction heavenly dragon with the strongest attack power among the heavenly dragons. The two of them joining forces was not a joke. Ch, what do you mean by once a wandering immortal? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, Wayward directly faced them. He did not need to transform into his original form to deal with two people from the second echelon. In an instant, the three of them exchanged blows. A battle of this level was relatively rare. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian would at least force Wayward's original form out by joining forces, but they did not expect that they would be sent flying by Wayward's single punch from the beginning. The difference in strength was obvious at a glance. How can he be so strong? Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian thought in unison. They were both at the peak of Heaven Completion Stage 9th tier, but their strength was so much weaker than Wayward's, which was a little hard for them to accept. Moreover, they could see that if Wayward attacked with his full strength, the two of them would probably be killed in an instant. In less than a few seconds, Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian were defeated by Wayward alone. How about it? Why don't both of you try again together? Wayward said with a smile. At this time, there were still 7 people from Tianju Palace and Penglai Demon Tribe. Including Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian, there were 9 people. 1 against 9, this was not fun. However, many people present believed that Wayward would still win. Lin Zhanhao and Yao Tian looked at each other, and finally their gazes fell on Yi Xian. At this time, only Yi Xian could fight against the Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward. If he did not make a move, then this Holy Leader token would be Wayward's. Wayward, let's fight. Yi Xian summoned the Scarlet Flame Sword. Chapter 1641. Why didn't you call out that old man? Headstrong asked with some apprehension. It wouldn't be fair if I did. Yi Xian grinned. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was considered a heaven-reaching beast, while Wei Zhentian was a weapon. However, Old Tree was also considered a member of the shifter race. If he was called out, wouldn't that be one more person? Headstrong looked at Yi Xian. When he thought about how Yi Xian didn't even take out the nether puppet, he heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't confident in winning against Yi Xian alone. If both Old Tree and the nether puppet came out together, he might as well just admit defeat. Alright, since that's the case, then come at me. Headstrong shouted and transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon. The Platinum Holy Light Dragon was considered a member of the Heavenly Dragon race, but it was more noble than any other Heavenly Dragon race member. After transforming into his true form, Headstrong's battle prowess skyrocketed. Unfortunately, he was nothing more than a sitting duck in Yi Xian's eyes. Don't forget, Yi Xian had already obtained the Dragon Slayer title, which doubled the damage he dealt to dragons. In addition, he had the Unicorn's Deterrence skill, which doubled the damage. In other words, Yi Xian's damage against Headstrong in his true form had tripled. On top of that, he had the Undying Doppelganger's amplification, the 1% amplification from the Elegy of Souls, the offensive power of the ultimate realm, and the fire offensive power of the immortal Ichiline bloodline and the immortal divine Phoenix bloodline. Hence, even before he started, he was already doomed to fail. When the surrounding people saw Yi Xian and Headstrong, they couldn't help but back away. They estimated that this battle would be very intense. Of course, this was only their estimation. Come! Headstrong roared again, then transformed into a streak of white light and swept towards Yi Xian's trio. Kill! At the same time, Yi Xian gave Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Might or the Heavens an order. The two of them charged forward, one on the left and one on the right. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Yi Xian also began to attack, sending one attack after another at caprice. Haha, this kind of attack can't hurt me. He laughed willfully. Although Yi Xian's attack was strong, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon scales were no joke either. However, the power of the Void Flame Sword Ripple was not equal to the damage it dealt to the dragon's body. He willfully extended his dragon claw, preparing to destroy the Void Flame Sword Ripples. At the same time, he turned around, wanting to kill Wei Zhentian. He had learned about the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's unlimited resurrection ability, so he did not hold back at all. However, he had miscalculated one thing. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Wayward couldn't help but cry out in pain. He discovered that his dragon claw had actually been injured by Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. How was this possible? Haha, the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple's damage against dragons is 3 times that of normal. Yi Xian sneered inwardly as he continued to attack. Wayward suffered a setback. His wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. When he was in the rebirth realm, he could still use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. However, after entering the imperishable realm and obtaining the imperishable body, his injuries would be harder to heal. It was the same for the Ascension realm. However, as a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, Wayward was able to heal his injuries in an instant. I don't believe that you can heal indefinitely. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, he continuously used the Void Flame Sword Ripple. Stinking brat, don't be so smug. Watch how I crush your kidneys. With a furious roar, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor lashed out with its tail, causing Wei Zhentian to explode. At the same time, its platinum scales suddenly emitted a white light. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was purified into ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian died. Ding! Wei Zhentian revived. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor revived. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor appeared once again and charged over. Ayaya, this is too fake. You can revive indefinitely. Wayward couldn't help but roar in anger. Don't you have unlimited healing too? Yi Xian laughed. That's true. With your current attack, it's not enough to kill me. After saying that, Wayward suddenly accelerated towards Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let's do it for real. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he directly used the Deathly Hunt command to mark Wayward. This way, his attack would deal additional damage to Wayward. Ever since the Slaying God bloodline and the Sword God bloodline merged with the Immortal Slaying bloodline, the damage of the Deathly Hunt command had increased by 30%. Moreover, the power of the first strike of the Eye of Assassination had also increased by 50%. This strike was probably enough to break the balance between Wayward's damage and recovery. Whoosh! Wayward turned into a ray of white light and attacked. Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, just as his dragon claws were about to grab Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Wayward. Eye of Assassination, slash. Bam! A Void Fire Sword Ripple directly slashed the back of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. This time, the power of the Void Fire Sword Ripple increased by a lot. It almost cut off half of the Platinum Holy Light Dragon's body. After feeling the pain, Wayward couldn't help but roar at the sky and say, "Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore." "You're not fighting anymore? So soon?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The battle hadn't even started for 2 seconds and Wayward had already admitted defeat. He hadn't even used all his trump cards yet. "Brat, You're already at the level of a rogue immortal. I'm not your match. I don't want the holy leader's writ. Wayward shook his head. After healing his injuries, he directly transformed into his human form. Just now, Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of old immortal Tianju, and the #1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yaro Tian, couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Wayward. Now that Wayward had transformed into his true form, he couldn't last more than 3 seconds against Yi Xian. Yi Xian, isn't he a little too much of a freak? Alright, is there anyone else who wants to come out and try? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the others. With his strength, he was strong enough to fight a group of people including Wayward. Who would dare to challenge him? Since there's no one else, this holy leader's writ is mine. Yi Xian grinned and summoned Luo Luo. Previously, he had used the platinum badge to communicate with Fairy Liu Li. He wanted to give this holy leader's writ to Luo Luo first. After Luo Luo passed the heavenly tribulation, he would give it to Fairy Liu Li. Fairy Liu Li didn't have any objections, and so did old immortal Tianju. Therefore, they followed Yi Xian's plan. Luo Luo already knew the result, so when she appeared, she immediately used the hand seal she learned from the Dragon Sparrow Fairy and hit the stone platform. Bam! The stone platform suddenly exploded. Chapter 1642. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. He had scanned the platform with his eye of revelation, but he did not find anything. Soon, a white token entered everyone's sight. As expected, the Holy Leader token was in the stone platform. The thing that blocked Yi Xian's eye of revelation was probably some kind of array, which was why Yi Xian did not notice it. It really is the Holy Leader token. I didn't expect it to be here. I tried to attack the stone platform, but it was useless. I couldn't destroy it at all. So what if you guessed it? You can't break the array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over and held the Holy Leader token in his hand. As long as he refined this Holy Leader token, he would become the leader of the Penglai Sacred Land. As long as he was in the Penglai Sacred Land, his strength would increase tremendously. Moreover, even if he broke through to become an itinerant immortal, he would still be able to fight in the Penglai Sacred Land. Ding! The host has obtained the Penglai Sacred Land's Holy Leader token. Do you want to refine it? A system notification sounded. Immediately, Yi Xian answered in his mind, yes. Although he would have to give the Holy Leader token to Luo Luo and Fairy Liu Li, he could wait until the time came. He would refine it first because he had a plan. Ding! The Holy Leader token has been successfully refined. The host is now the leader of the Penglai Sacred Land. The system notification sounded. Although Yi Xian did not feel the change in his strength, he would definitely be more powerful if he attacked. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space beside Yi Xian. Then, a hand reached out and was about to snatch the Holy Leader token away. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. Even Yi Xian did not expect it. Who could use the space-breaking technique in the secret land built by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy? After all, they had lost their space-breaking ability when they entered. Even Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Space, could not use it. Not only that, but even the Eye of Void could only be used once. But now, someone could actually break through the space-breaking technique. What was going on? You want to steal my Holy Leader token? No way. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he gripped the Holy Leader medallion tightly with one hand. At the same time, he grabbed the Holy Leader medallion with the other hand, and then viciously dragged him away. Then, a young man entered everyone's sight. This person's face was very unfamiliar to everyone, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Hua! Another spatial fissure tore open. This time, the spatial fissure expanded all the way to Yi Xian's head, as though it was preparing to kill Yi Xian in one blow. However, Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th level, and he also had the space eye. Most importantly, he had already refined the Holy Leader's badge. When the spatial crack expanded to his skin, it suddenly recovered from the recoil. What? The young man was shocked. He thought that he would succeed this time, but he didn't expect that he would fail. Before he could react, the old tree threw out 9 lightning fire chains. 9 dragons thunder chain, lock. In an instant, the young man was trapped by the 9 dragons thunder chain. The extremely strong power of lightning paralyzed him, and he couldn't move. Who are you? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. This young man had the ability to break through the space-breaking technique here. He was at least as strong as the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, or even stronger. One had to know that Fairy Liu Li didn't tell him that there was such an expert. After all, the experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands had entered under the watchful eyes of Fairy Liu Li and old immortal Tianju. The Space Eye, his the descendant of time and space. Wayward suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Descendant of time and space. What's that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, he didn't care who the other party was, and directly punched out. With the Holy Leader's badge in hand and having refined it, Yi Xian's attack power instantly skyrocketed. Bang! This punch was so fast that even Wayward couldn't react in time. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the young man's neck had already exploded, and his head had been separated from his body. The reason why Yi Xian didn't target his head was because he felt a familiar aura, and that was the Space Eye. Before the other party could react, Yi Xian quickly moved again and plucked both of the young man's eyes. He originally thought that the other party's eyes were the Space Eyes obtained from the heaven-reaching beast, but when he plucked them and devoured them, he found that this wasn't the case. One of the young man's eyes was the Space Eye, and the other was the Time Eye. Ding, the host has devoured and Space Eye. Ding, the host has devoured and Space Eye. Ding, the planting space has changed. The host can change the flow of time in the planting space by 10 times. Ding, the Space Eye, and the Space Eye, has been copied into the Eye Catalogue. There are currently 3 types: the Eye of Nature, the Eye of Death, the Space Eye, and the Time Eye. Ding, the system rewards the host with the evolution of his celestial eyes. A series of system notifications stunned Yi Xian. The Eye Catalogue was understandable, but what was with the flow of time in the planting space? Immediately, he checked the planting space and found that the flow speed in the planting space could be increased by 10 times or decreased by 10 times. If it was accelerated by 10 times, then the growth of the heaven and earth treasures would be accelerated by 10 times. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then 10 days in the planting space would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Holy **T, Yi Xian was shocked beyond words. If it was slowed down by 10 times, then it would be 1/10 of its original speed. Cultivating in the planting space for 10 years was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. For the average person, this was better than any heaven and earth treasures. Most importantly, the flow of time in the planting space would change according to the level of the planting space. The planting space was currently at level 6. If it was upgraded to level 7, it might be 100 times faster. In the future, it might even be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times faster. 10,000 years in the planting space was equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world. Even an idiot could become a genius. However, the flow of time was only effective for cultivation. If someone was pregnant, 10 months in the outside world would be equivalent to 100 months in the planting space. Ha ha ha, thank you for giving me such a good gift. Yi Xian laughed loudly as he looked at the Scion of Time and Space. The Scion of Time and Space had a good plan. He'd waited for Yi Xian to obtain the Holy Leader medallion before making his move. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to be able to refine the Holy Leader medallion in an instant, catching him off guard. Not only had his plan failed, but he'd also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. It was a complete failure. Chapter 1643. He should be the Temporal Island Lord's son, Shi Wuya. This temporal island can also be considered a sacred ground, but it's much smaller than the Penglai sacred ground. However, the Temporal Island Lord was very lucky and obtained a pair of Eyes of Time. He laid down a formation on the Temporal Island, slowing down the flow of time by half. The flow of time on the island is different from the flow of time in the Penglai sacred ground. 1 year of cultivation here is equivalent to 2 years of cultivation in the Penglai sacred ground, explained Headstrong. Oh, only half. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. His eyes revealed a mocking expression. One had to know that his planting space could change the flow of time by 10 times. It was much stronger than the Temporal Island Lord. At this moment, Shawuya suddenly opened his mouth and screamed a few times in a voice that no one could understand. I heard that Shawuya was born mute. Now, he only has a head left because of you. Even his eyes have been dug out. What a cripple. Headstrong grinned and said, I didn't expect that a demonic sacred ground could actually move the Temporal Island Lord. If your reaction was slower, the sacred leader token would have been taken away. How strong is the Temporal Island Lord? Asked Yi Xian. The Temporal Island Lord is a second tribulation scattered immortal. He offended my life saint sect, so he has been hiding in the Temporal Island, not daring to come out. As Headstrong spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Shawuya and said, if we directly kill Shawuya, he will definitely use a soul seed to revive in the Temporal Island. Why don't you hand him over to me? I'll bring him back to the Life Saint sect and imprison him. If you want to take my sacred leader token, you have to pay a price. Yi Xian snorted and threw Shawuya's head to Headstrong. Then, he took the yin and yang ring from Shawuya's body. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They didn't expect that even Shawuya, who had the ability to break space, couldn't hurt him. It was truly terrifying. Since we have obtained the Fiend Emperor's inheritance and the Sacred Leader token, let's go. After saying that, Yi Xian hesitated. At this time, Shawuya had already cultivated the Eye of Space. Although it was only half, it was enough to break this space. Yi Xian had already obtained the Sacred Leader token. Since Luo Luo had even found the Holy Lord's token, she naturally told Yi Xian about it. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to break through the void and leave. Immortal, immortal, immortal. Yi immortal, immortal, immortal sect. Immortal, 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 immortals. Immortal, 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 immortals. Old Shu, get ready, Yi Xian said in his heart of. This meant that Yi Xian could attack them, but they could only defend and not retaliate. Blood Fiend Holy Land, Bone Erosion Holy Land, and Evil Sun Holy Land each had 1 loose immortal, while Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land each had 2 loose immortals. Yi Xian's goal this time was to kill these 7 itinerant immortals. At this moment, Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Liu Li had also seen Yi Xian. They also knew about Shawuya through voice transmissions. Not only that, but the Nether Holy Land also knew about it because they were the ones who had invited Shawuya. That seems to be. The 2 immortals from the Sacred Land of Death raised their eyebrows. Just now, Shawuya had blended in with the Nether Holy Lands group and disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Now, Shawuya's head was being held capriciously in his hand, and he was constantly uttering hoarse notes. That was why he was recognized. I never expected that the Nether Hallowed Land would actually be able to invite Shawuya. The 2 rogue immortals from the Sacred Land of Death could not help but wonder. What was even more unexpected was that Shawuya had failed. One must know that Shawuya's strength was above Yi Xian and Nether Limitless. How could he be captured alive? At this moment, Yi Xian and the others had already passed through the light barrier and exited the secret realm. Old Immortal Tianju and Fairy Liu Li immediately went up to greet them. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you guys have already received the news. The Sacred Land of Death's Yi Xian and the Nether Holy Land's Nether Limitless have both fallen. Capricious laughed arrogantly. Nether Holy Land, I wonder what conditions you guys offered to actually be able to get this guy to help. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lift up Shawuya's head. Shawuya was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even if only his head was left, he wouldn't die. If his soul was erased, he could use the soul seed to revive on the Temporal Island. However, if he was imprisoned in the Life Saint sect, he wouldn't be able to revive. The Temporal Island Lord once had a conflict with the Life Saint sect. Now that the Temporal Island Lord's son had fallen into capricious hands, who knew what would happen next? You guys actually dared to kill my young master. The Nether Emperor won't let you off. One of the Nether Holy Land's loose immortals snorted. Capricious naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such threats. He continued to mock, "Tch, even if your young master didn't have the soul seed, I would still kill him. If you have the guts, come and beat me up." The two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other with ugly expressions. At this moment, Immortal Kai Shuer from the Blood Fiend Holy Land suddenly said, "Since it's like this, why don't you tell me who obtained the Holy Master token? Why? Is it important who obtained it?" Old Immortal Tian Ju suddenly took a step forward and glanced at him. Many people from my Blood Fiend Holy Land have died. Don't tell me we don't even have the qualifications to take a look." Immortal Kai Shuer snorted. "Since you guys want to take a look, then take a look." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly took out the Holy Master token from the devouring space. Seeing this, old Immortal Tian Ju's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He recognized that this was indeed the Holy Master token that the Dragon Sparrow Fairy had refined when she was alive. Although the other loose immortals hadn't seen the Holy Master token of the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, they could feel that this Holy Master token was extraordinary. Since someone had obtained the Holy Master token, the next step for the evil Dao Holy Land was to carry out their plan. Attack. Suddenly, the two rogue immortals from the Nether Holy Land looked at each other. Immediately after, the two of them quickly flew towards Yi Xian. At the same time, one of them even attacked Yi Xian without hesitation. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land would suddenly attack. Were they going to snatch the Holy Master token? One should know that this island was also a part of the Penglai Holy Land. If they attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Dao. These two loose immortals from the Nether Holy Land were both at the peak of the First Tribulation and had extraordinary strength. One of their attacks was enough to kill an ordinary loose immortal, let alone Yi Xian, who was at the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. Chapter 1644. Oh no! Old deity Tianju was also an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation. He immediately understood the Nether Holy Land's plan and his expression changed drastically. The Nether Holy Land had decided to sacrifice an itinerant immortal for the Holy Leader token. After killing Yi Xian, another person would snatch it away. What a good plan! Unfortunately, the Nether Holy Land attacked without warning. Old deity Tianju could do nothing about it. Now, he could only depend on Yi Xian. "You are not afraid of the punishment of the Heavenly Dao and attacked me." Yi Xian was slightly surprised because he also wanted to attack these itinerant immortals. He did not expect to be too slow. However, it did not matter. "You are too naive. Take this." Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered and a space crack appeared in front of him. Then, the attack of the itinerant immortal from the Nether Holy Land rushed in and appeared behind the other person. Bam! The cold light hit the back of the other person's head and instantly pierced through his head. The itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation was dead. At the same time, the itinerant immortal who attacked was also punished by the Heavenly Dao and his soul was directly obliterated. In just 1 second, the two itinerant immortals at the peak of the First Tribulation died one after another. The Heavenly Dao punished according to the strength of the attack. The attack just now was very fierce, so the Heavenly Dao directly obliterated the attacker's soul. This person was an itinerant immortal at the peak of the First Tribulation and had been stuck in this realm for more than 1,000 years. He knew that he could not suppress the immortal tribulation and could not pass it, so he decided to sacrifice himself to ask the Nether Emperor to protect his descendants. He did not expect that this plan would fail. Not only the Nether Holy Land, but the two people from the Death Holy Land also had the same plan. Before the space crack appeared, one of them launched an attack. After hearing the sharp sound, Yi Xian's face became serious. In the next moment, his figure disappeared directly and then appeared behind the attacker. Bam! Coincidentally, the attacker's Heavenly Dao punishment arrived. His soul was also obliterated and his whole body directly fell from the sky. "You are too naive. I'll take it." Yi Xian sneered in his heart and put the corpse away. The Nether Holy Land and the Holy Land of Death were really generous. They did not hesitate to lose a loose immortal to obtain this Holy Leader badge. In the blink of an eye, 3 First Tribulation peak loose immortals had fallen. This shocked the surrounding people. "Old tree, Megatron, ribs, kill him. At that moment, Yi Xian directly shouted in his heart. Immediately after, the old tree trio suddenly appeared and directly attacked the surviving loose immortal in the sacred land of death. Old Tree and the other two were only at the peak of LV9 of the heaven-reaching realm, so they were allowed to take action. Not only that, but Yi Xian, who had the Holy Leader token, suddenly had a thought. The next moment, the unrepairable spatial crack suddenly expanded, and another Yi Xian entered. Merge. Yi Xian fused with his second doppelganger at lightning speed, and his battle prowess increased by 20%. In the case of double fusion, his combat strength would increase by 70%, and triple fusion would increase by 90%. Ding. The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to start the tribulation? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the surrounding vital qi of heaven and earth began to gather. In the mystery land, a simple attempt to pass the tribulation would fail. At this moment, Yi Xian was outside the mystery land. This was only an island in the Penglai Holy Land, so naturally, he could pass the tribulation. What? He's going to pass the tribulation? The surrounding people were shocked, and they quickly retreated. It was better to stay away from the tribulation of others, because the tribulation lightning of others would cause great harm to oneself. What is this kid trying to do? The surviving loose immortal in the Holy Land of Death was a little confused. At this moment, the old tree trio had already flashed in front of him. However, he was still a first tribulation peak loose immortal. Even if he stood there and let the old tree trio attack him, they might not be able to break through his defense. Therefore, he decided to watch first. However, how would he know that Yi Xian had already refined the Holy Leader token the moment he obtained it? Not only that, even old immortal Tianju and fairy Liu Li did not expect it. They also did not know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Boom! At this moment, the immortal tribulation finally descended, directly striking Yi Xian's head. The loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death avoided the old tree trio and approached Yi Xian, because he thought that as long as Yi Xian died under the immortal tribulation, the Holy Leader token would be his. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's success rate of passing the immortal tribulation was 100%. Ding. The host has passed the immortal tribulation successfully. Ding. Because the passage to the immortal realm is closed, the system forces the host to disintegrate. Ding. The host has successfully disintegrated. The host is now a first tribulation loose immortal. After the system's notification, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by several times. Sure enough, the system was forcing him to disintegrate. If the passage to the immortal realm was still open, Yi Xian could directly become a real immortal. One should know that a first immortal was equivalent to a third tribulation loose immortal, a second immortal was equivalent to a sixth tribulation loose immortal, and a third immortal was equivalent to a ninth tribulation loose immortal. As long as a ninth tribulation loose immortal passed the immortal tribulation again, he could directly become a fourth immortal, and no longer had to worry about the loose immortal tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Now, Yi Xian had broken through, and with the help of the Holy Leader token, he could finally use his full strength. Ha ha ha, I've finally become a loose immortal. Yi Xian laughed a few times. Even without the Holy Leader token, he had a 100% success rate. It would be strange if he failed. Everyone was a little surprised. They felt that Yi Xian's immortal tribulation was too rushed. After all, the others had to choose the location and be fully prepared. However, when they saw that Yi Xian was safe and sound, they could not help but sigh in relief. As for the remaining 4 loose immortals of the Evil Path Holy Land, they would cry, "Boy, I admit that I failed this time, but why did you let the 3 of them attack me? Do you think that they can hurt me?" The loose immortal of the Holy Land of Death could not help but snort coldly. Of course not. Yi Xian shook his head, then took out the Holy Leader token again. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he activated it with his true qi. The next moment, his body was surrounded by a strange energy that gushed out of the Holy Leader token. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian was actually able to use the Holy Lord token. Didn't that mean that he'd already refined the Holy Lord token? The current master of the Penglai Holy Land was Yi Xian. What? Old immortal Tianju, Fairy Liu Li, and the others were shocked. It had only been half a day since they received the news. During this half a day, Yi Xian had been traveling under everyone's eyes. How could he have refined the Holy Leader token? Oh no. Chapter 1645. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Xian had to undergo the tribulation on the spot. It was because Yi Xian had already refined the Sacred Leader token. As long as he successfully became an itinerant immortal, with the Sacred Leader token and the restrictions of the Sacred Leader token, no one present would be a match for Yi Xian. Let's go. The itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death immediately turned around and ran. He was prepared to open the spatial rift and return to the Penglai Sacred Land, then escape. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Die. Yi Xian remained calm and collected as he directly used his strongest trump card. Unicorn, descend. Boom. In an instant, the itinerant immortal from the Sacred Land of Death was directly trampled by the flaming hoof. After breaking through to the first tribulation itinerant immortal realm, Yi Xian's strength had increased several times. Coupled with the Sacred Leader token's support, his damage was simply explosive. With just one hoof, he seriously injured the peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Blarg. The itinerant immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really suffered a double loss. He originally wanted another person to kill Yi Xian, then he would take the Sacred Leader token. He did not expect that he would fail and be utterly defeated. If that's the case, then let's die together. The itinerant immortal roared and directly attacked without hesitation. You are now like an ant in front of me, Yi Xian glared, and another unicorn hoof descended. This time, the itinerant immortal was directly killed. At the same time, his attack was already in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token and the power of the Sacred Land, easily defeated the attack. Even if he did not attack, the itinerant immortal would be punished by the heavenly Tao, and then his soul would be erased. However, the people he killed were able to obtain killing intent points. There were now 3 people left. I will also send you on your way. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used the third hoof of the unicorn. This hoof directly killed the itinerant immortal from the Nibbling Bone Sacred Land. This loose immortal was only an early stage first tribulation immortal. He was weaker than the 4 from the Sacred Land of Death and Nether Sacred Land. He was killed instantly. Currently, there was still a loose immortal from the Evil Sun Holy Land and immortal Kai Shui. Don't kill me, I am willing to submit. Immortal Kai Shui hastily said. I don't need a lackey like you. Yi Xian shook his head and started killing. Although immortal Kai Shui was only a mid-stage first tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Master Medallion, could easily kill him even without using his ultimate move. As for the other person, he was at the early stage of the first tribulation, so he naturally couldn't escape death. In less than 2 seconds, 2 more rogue immortal corpses appeared. The 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt Path Holy Lands had all fallen. Although a few of them were punished to death by the heavenly Tao, they would have died at the hands of Yi Xian in the end even if they did not make a move. Yi Xian, who had the Sacred Leader token, was almost invincible in the Penglai Sacred Land. Unless he reacted by sacrificing himself to kill him, he was almost immortal. Everyone looked at the expanding spatial rifts and couldn't help but retreat. The space around them was unstable. Once a rogue immortal made a move, the spatial rifts couldn't be repaired by ordinary people. That was why they were punished by the heavenly Tao. Although the battle just now didn't last long, there were many spatial rifts left behind. If they were left alone, the entire Penglai Sacred Land would suffer. Yi Xian, repair the spatial rifts first. Old immortal Tian Ju hurriedly reminded. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and then used the Sacred Leader token again. Together with the Eye of Space, he quickly suppressed the spatial rifts and repaired them. These spatial rifts were left behind by the full strength attacks of a peak first tribulation loose immortal. They were expanding very quickly. If not suppressed, they would engulf the entire Penglai Sacred Land and even affect the other sacred lands. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already the master of the Penglai Sacred Land. Repairing these spatial rifts was a piece of cake. Now that the 7 rogue immortals from the corrupt Path Holy Lands were dead, the matter was considered over. I have already broken through to the rogue immortal realm. In 1,000 years, it will be time for me to undergo my second tribulation, Yi Xian thought to himself. 1,000 years was too long for him. Fortunately, he was very benevolent. As long as he could find a special treasure, he could shorten the time needed to undergo his tribulation. Among the spoils of war just now, there were many things that could shorten the time needed to undergo the tribulation. In total, it would take about 100 years. Once one became a rogue immortal, they would undergo the tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even if they were only at the first tribulation rogue immortal realm, they still had to undergo it. If they failed, they would be struck by the tribulation and their soul would scatter. If they succeeded, they would become a second tribulation rogue immortal. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to first break through to the first tribulation rogue immortal realm before using these treasures to reduce the time needed to undergo the tribulation, just in case. Now that he had undergone the tribulation, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were only at the 9th stage ascension realm. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi changed again. This time, it was the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor who underwent the tribulation. As for Wei Zhantian, he was stuck at the 9th stage ascension realm because he was a weapon. Fortunately, he shared the same level as the ghost dome great emperor. As long as the ghost dome great emperor underwent the tribulation, he would also break through. Ayaya, you are actually undergoing the tribulation one after another. In that case, I won't hold back. Then, he tossed Shi Wuya's head to Ren Feng and began to guide the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. He was actually undergoing the tribulation too. F***ck, I won't hide it anymore. Tribulation. At this moment, a demon elder who had broken through to the 9th stage ascension realm for 10,000 years shouted angrily. Undergoing the tribulation was not fun. Once the tribulation failed, one's soul would scatter. Moreover, the soul that was scattered by the tribulation could only be revived by the soul seed. Therefore, there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Fortunately, the tribulation would not be affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation nearby. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. The old tree and the ghost dome great emperor each endured one. After the old tree mutated into the ember of lightning fire, it was resistant to lightning attribute attacks. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation. The ghost dome great emperor was also half of the rock attribute. Therefore, it easily passed the tribulation too. Ding. The ember of lightning fire has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. The ghost dome great emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. Wei Zhantian has successfully passed the tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of first tribulation loose immortal. However, this was not the end. A few of the loose immortals did not expect that they would die. Moreover, loose immortals could not be revived using soul seeds. Therefore, they would carry ordinary items with them. After the battle just now, all the good things fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding. Host has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. The ember of lightning fire has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ding. Wei Zhantian has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is currently at the middle stage of first tribulation loose immortal. Chapter 1646. A series of system notifications made Yi Xian a little confused. However, the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was really good. It's too scary. After feeling Yi Xian's aura, both old immortal Tianju and fairy Liu Li could not help but shudder. Just now, the four-peak first tribulation itinerant immortals had similar strength to them, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian had directly broken through to the middle first tribulation itinerant immortal realm. Even without the sacred leader token, he could probably kill them. In the Penglai Divine Land, Yi Xian was already an invincible existence. On the other side, Wayward's immortal tribulation had also landed. Following that, his aura skyrocketed. Father left a lot of vitality in my body. Even if I can't refine it all, it's enough for me to return to the peak directly, Wayward thought in his heart. His aura skyrocketed and soon stopped at the middle First Tribulation realm. As for the Demon Clan Elder, he had also successfully passed the immortal tribulation and cultivated to become an itinerant immortal. At this time, Yi Xian directly summoned Luo and took out the Sacred Leader token. This is a good place. Just refine it directly. Yi Xian handed the Sacred Leader token to Luo. Wait, at this time, old immortal Tian Ju suddenly interrupted. During the refining process, you can't use the Sacred Leader token. If the Sacred Land of Death sends a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it will be dangerous. Go to the Liu Guang Divine Land. Okay. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Old immortal Tian Ju was the Sacred Land Master of the Liu Guang Divine Land. It would be safer for Luo to refine it there. However, before that, Yi Xian first let Old Tree and the other two test it. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attacks would create a rapidly expanding space crack, and then they would be killed by the heavenly punishment. As for Wei Zhentian, no matter how he attacked, there would be no punishment, and he would not be able to break open the space crack. This made Yi Xian very surprised, but also very surprised. This meant that Wei Zhentian could disregard the punishment of the heavenly Tao and make a move on the minor hallowed ground. If he had known about this earlier, Yi Xian could have directly transcended his tribulation. When the time came, Wei Zhentian would have been the one to deal with him. Things would have been much easier then. Yi Xian led everyone back to the Penglai sacred ground through the spatial crack in the Dragon Sparrow Fairy's spatial crack. During this period of time, Yi Xian's doppelganger had already uprooted all the strongholds of the three evil holy lands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the resources to break through to mid-stage First Tribulation. After returning to the Penglai Goblin race, old immortal Tian Ju used the Penglai Goblin race's teleportation array and directly teleported to the Liu Guang Holy Land's Tian Ju Palace. In the Glazed Light Holy Land, as long as number 3 Tribulation loose immortals came, no one would be a threat to Tian Ju Laroxian. Moreover, which third Tribulation loose immortal would want to be punished by the heavenly Tao? One had to know that a soul seed could only be revived when one was below the Heaven Ascension realm. After becoming an itinerant immortal, death was certain once one's soul was destroyed. Moreover, even if his soul escaped, he wouldn't be able to revive as easily as a reaching heaven state. Although itinerant immortals had many restrictions, Yi Xian was not afraid of the itinerant immortal tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years due to the increase in his strength. Come to think of it. After arriving at the Glazed Light Holy Land's Tianju Palace, Yi Xian handed the Holy Leader token to Luo. Then, Luo began to refine it. This Holy Leader token previously belonged to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Now that Luo had obtained it, it would be relatively easier for her to refine it. Senior, now that Luo has completely refined the Demon Emperor's inheritance and this Holy Leader token, what are her chances of winning if she directly goes through the heavenly tribulation? Asked Yi Xian. Regarding this matter, I once went to look for an expert from the Life Holy sect. He said that if Luo uses the Holy Leader token, she has about an 80% chance of winning, replied Tian Ju Laroxian. Only 80%. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with this success rate. What he wanted was 100%. If she reverted to her original form, she might be able to reach 100%. Moreover, my wife is proficient in array formations. When she goes through the heavenly tribulation, it will be much easier to set up a defensive array formation. Tianju Laroxian emphasized the words heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was not an immortal tribulation. The immortal tribulation had to land on the person going through it. Only with their own strength could they pass it. Luo's heavenly tribulation didn't need to land on the person going through it. She could just block it. Although outsiders couldn't help, the array formation that Luo set up and the divine abilities that she learned could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. Oh right, After breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, there is still the Tribulation Transcendence Pill. It can increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for Luo Luo. With this, Luo Luo would have no problem passing the heavenly tribulation. Although the Holy Leader token used to belong to the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, it still took Luo Luo half a month to refine this Holy Leader token. After half a month, Luo Luo successfully refined this Holy Leader token. Then, everyone returned to the Penglai sacred ground. At this moment, Luo Luo could borrow the power of the sacred ground. Grandpa, Big Brother, when will I be able to fully unlock the inheritance memories? Luo Luo asked Yi Xian and Tianju in the Penglai Sacred Grounds Plaza. There's no rush. Let's make all the preparations first. You can set up a defensive array formation here, old immortal Tianju said. His wife, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, was an array master. Although she was only a mid-stage First Tribulation itinerant immortal, the array formation would still be effective at this time. Luo Luo responded and started to set up the array formation in the inheritance memories. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Other people's array formations were useless against the heavenly tribulation. They would be destroyed instantly. However, Luo Luo's array formations were set up by her, so they could be used to block the heavenly tribulation. In the end, Luo Luo set up a total of 7 layers of array formations. Luo Luo, take this pill before the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian spent a large amount of super devouring crystals to exchange for a heavenly tribulation pill and threw it over. Luo Luo caught the heavenly tribulation pill and turned to look at someone. It was Hu Xing who Yi Xian had brought over from the land of reincarnation. She had already reincarnated 9 times and had parents in every life. However, Hu Xing was Luo Luo's parent in her first life. She naturally had to come over when Luo Luo was going through the heavenly tribulation. It's about time. I'll go and awaken her inheritance memories. Old immortal Tianju said to Yi Xian and walked over. As long as he awakened Luo Luo's inheritance memories, the heavenly loathing fox bloodline in her body would be fully activated. At that time, she would welcome the heavenly tribulation. When Luo Luo saw old immortal Tianju walking towards her, she stuffed the heavenly tribulation pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Yi Xian watched as old immortal Tianju approached Luo Luo and placed his withered hand on Luo Luo's head. Luo Luo was not a treasure. Once she failed the heavenly tribulation, her soul would scatter. Chapter 1647. Fortunately, Luo Luo and Yi Xian had formed a master and servant blood contract. Luo Luo was the same as Old Tree and the other two and could double her strength. At this moment, old immortal Tianju's palm suddenly emitted a stream of true qi into Luo Luo's head. In the next moment, Luo Luo's eyes suddenly widened and 2 rays of light shot out from them. Inherited memories were completely unlocked. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out and shocked everyone in the surroundings. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline was completely awakened. Luo Luo also awakened the memories of her previous 8 lives. She remembered Yi Xian, Hu Xing Old Tree, and the others. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather rapidly and the terrifying aura spread out again. Seeing this, old immortal Tianju quickly dodged. Luo Luo also made a hand seal and activated the 7 layers of defense array. Then, she turned into her original form. She was originally from the Fox Charm clan. After her reincarnation, she became a fox demon. Now that she had completely unlocked the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, she was still a demon. However, her original form was the golden 9-tailed heavenly loathing fox. Luo Luo's new fox demon was not bad, but it was far inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. The heavenly tribulation was almost done gathering and could fall at any time. Luo Luo held the sacred leader token in her hand and prepared for the heavenly tribulation. Old Tree, the 3 of you go and try. Yi Xian quickly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. He wanted the 3 itinerant immortals to try blocking the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as the 3 of them were in position, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky and attracted everyone's attention. The heavenly tribulation was coming. This heavenly tribulation contained terrifying power. It directly struck Luo Luo, who had turned into the heavenly loathing fox. At the same time, Wei Zhentian and the other two lined up from top to bottom and went up to face the heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian's plan was to let the three of them block the heavenly tribulation's power, but it was useless. Ding. Wei Zhentian died. Ding. Ghost Dome Emperor died. Ding. Ashen Thunder Fire has died. The tribulation lightning pierced through Wei Zhentian, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and the old tree's bodies one after another. Moreover, its power did not weaken at all. Don't forget that Luoluo's current tribulation was at the peak of heaven completion stage level 9. Compared to Hu Xing'er's tribulation, she was countless times stronger. Boom. In the end, the tribulation lightning struck Luoluo's formation. This formation had Luoluo's genuine chi on it, so it was approved by the heavenly tribulation. However, this 7-layer formation still couldn't block the tribulation lightning. The 7 layers of formations were broken one after another, but it also had the effect of weakening the tribulation lightning. When the tribulation lightning landed on Luoluo's body, it only had 2/3 of its original power left. Boom. In the end, the tribulation lightning still struck Luoluo's body. The overbearing lightning instantly spread out. Luoluo's main body couldn't help but let out a low roar. All her hair stood on end, and her entire body trembled as if she was enduring pain. Seeing this, Yi Xian, old immortal Tianju, and Hu Xing'er could only watch helplessly. This was because the heavenly tribulation was Luoluo's matter alone, and others couldn't interfere. When the tribulation lightning struck her body, Luoluo had already used the Holy Leader Order. In addition to the peak of heaven completion stage level 9, the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and other factors, Luoluo successfully received this attack. Ding. Luoluo successfully passed the tribulation. Ding. Luoluo forcibly disintegrated. She is currently at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal. These 2 system notifications surprised Yi Xian. Luoluo had passed the heavenly tribulation, not the immortal tribulation. How did she break through to the scattered immortal realm? However, this was no longer important because Luoluo had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't have to worry about it in the future. Yay! Young master, mother, I passed the heavenly tribulation. Luoluo immediately turned into her human form and jumped into Hu Xing'er's arms. For today, everyone had put in a lot of effort, and things had finally come to a successful conclusion. Good, it's good that you passed it. Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, not only had Luoluo passed the heavenly tribulation, but she had also broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. Moreover, all of her inherited memories had been unlocked, which was worthy of celebration. However, there was still no news of Luoluo's father, which was a pity. For this, Yi Xian also ran all over the 100 Beasts realm, using his spiritual sense to search all the Fox clan members, but he couldn't find any clues. Perhaps Luoluo's father had already fallen, or perhaps he had reincarnated. Since things were over, then the Penglai Demon Clan's Holy Leader Order should be handed over to Fairy Liu Li. Yi Xian took the Holy Leader Order from Luoluo, then found Fairy Liu Li, ready to fulfill his previous promise. Fairy Liu Li had spent a lot of heavenly treasures to nurture him, and now he wanted to use the Holy Leader Order as a reward. However, when Yi Xian came to the colored glass sacred mountain and found Fairy Liu Li, he found that Headstrong was also there. TSK TSK TSK, kid, keep this Holy Leader Order first. Headstrong directly smiled at Yi Xian. What? Why? Yi Xian heard this and asked in surprise. Headstrong suddenly looked at Fairy Liu Li and said, "Next, I have a plan that you will definitely be interested in." What plan? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Keep this Penglai Holy Leader Order first. From now on, you are the master of the Penglai Holy Ground. As for your promise to me, you can use the Holy Leader Order of other holy grounds to repay it. Fairy Liu Li said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and didn't react for a moment. Simply put, go and get another Holy Leader Order. Headstrong explained. Go get another one. Where do you go? Yi Xian asked. Of course, it's those evil holy grounds. Some holy grounds only have mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortals as their masters, Headstrong continued. But I am also an itinerant immortal now. If I make a move in the other holy grounds, my soul will fly. When Yi Xian said this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized. If a itinerant immortal attacked in a holy ground, his soul would scatter. However, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian could be resurrected even if they died. You stupid pig, you only realized now? Headstrong rolled his eyes, looking slightly helpless. Indeed, the old tree and the other two were Yi Xian's treasures, and they also had the attribute of immortality. Yi Xian actually asked about this. As long as the old tree and the other two attacked, even if the heavenly Tao punished them, it would only punish the old tree and the other two. Even if the old tree and the other two died, he could continue to resurrect them. Then those holy grounds. TSK 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 TSK. Hehe, there are many evil holy grounds. I have drawn up a route for you. Headstrong suddenly grinned with a crafty look. You were talking about this plan before? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Chapter 1648. So I'll help you kill the lords of those holy lands and give you the Holy Lord token? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Land is only a peak first tribulation bodiless immortal. As long as you kill him, you'll get another Holy Master token. You can return it to Liu Li. As for me, I want the sky-piercing treasure map. Headstrong said slowly. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Sky-piercing treasure map. The evil Buddha of the evil Sun Holy Ground actually had a sky-piercing treasure map? That evil Buddha was originally a personal disciple of our Buddhist sect's Holy Land's Venerable Buddha. Later, he borrowed the Venerable Buddha's sky-piercing treasure map on the pretext of comprehending it. He then left the Buddhist sect's Holy Land and finally became the master of the Holy Land of Xieyang Holy Land, Fairy Liu Li said. I see. Yi Xian also understood. Evil Buddha had stolen the sky-piercing treasure map. Now, Fairy Liu Li and Headstrong wanted to use it to destroy evil Sun Holy Land and the other evil holy lands. That's a good plan, but evil Buddha is a peak first tribulation scattered immortal and has the Holy Lord token. He won't be easy to kill. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and said directly. Don't worry, my father is very rich. Headstrong said with a smile. As long as you agree, a large amount of treasures will be sent over in a few days. Your Buddhist Holy Land and Life Holy Land want to use this to clean up the evil holy lands? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. Headstrong nodded. Of course. It's best to clean up Death Holy Land and Nether Holy Land too. But it's more difficult. After all, they're large holy lands. Large holy land space was more stable. Even third tribulation scattered immortals could attack, so it was not so easy to destroy them. However, if Yi Xian attacked small holy lands, these two large holy lands would have no way to stop him. In that case, no problem. It's like you're paying me to help clean up the evil holy lands. Yi Xian grinned. He was still worried about not having a place to level up. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Headstrong smiled again. Okay, then I'll go back immediately and write me a list of what you need. No problem. At that moment, Yi Xian wrote down what he needed. After breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm, he still had 1,000 years before his first itinerant immortal tribulation. If he wanted to speed up, he would need special treasures of heaven and earth. Fortunately, as long as he devoured them alone, Luo Luo, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's itinerant celestial tribulation would be shortened. Since he wanted to work with Capricious, it would be safer for him to break through to the second tribulation scattered immortal stage. Of course, just having a treasure of heaven and earth that could shorten the time of the itinerant immortal tribulation was not enough. One also needed to have the strength to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, one would be obliterated by the itinerant immortal tribulation. He willfully left the Penglai sacred land and returned to the Life sacred land. In less than 2 days, he returned, and at the same time, he brought back a lot of good things. These things can be exchanged for the Holy Leader tokens of Xieyang, Bloodfiend, and Corroding Bone Holy Land. Capricious went straight to the point. Yi Xian checked and turned pale with fright. He immediately replied, no problem. In this interspatial ring, There were a large number of natural treasures. In addition, there was something that was beyond his expectations. The corpse of a devourer beast. Capricious had actually brought a devourer beast corpse for Yi Xian. This was an extremely rare item that could give Yi Xian 1 devourer point. Haha, the 3 holy lands of the evil path? No problem. Yi Xian grinned and threw the good things into his devourer space. Alright, then you go and prepare. Let me know when you're done. I'll go too. Capricious grinned. No problem. Yi Xian immediately agreed and found a quiet place in the colored glass sacred mountain. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Lightning embers has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Host is currently at the peak of the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. Ding. Host has devoured a devourer beast corpse. Host has obtained 1 devourer point. A series of system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. However, Yi Xian didn't continue because Luo Luo was still in the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. If Yi Xian shortened the duration of the itinerant immortal tribulation, wouldn't Luo Luo be in trouble? Therefore, Yi Xian gave the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation to Luo Luo and let her cultivate in the planting space. After the plantation space changed, the flow of time could be adjusted. Luo Luo cultivated in it for 10 days, but only 1 day passed in the outside world. Moreover, Luo Luo possessed the heaven-loath fox bloodline. She could absorb and refine the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Even if she didn't use natural treasures, just absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth in the plantation space would increase her cultivation by a lot. In just 3 days, Luo Luo broke through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the peak of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage. Of course, she cultivated in the plantation space for 30 days. However, this was shocking enough. One had to know that other people would need at least 1,000 years to break through from the early stage of the first tribulation itinerant immortal stage to the middle stage. In this world, she was the only one who had fully awakened the heaven-loath fox bloodline. After the breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for Luo Luo to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulation with her own strength. Okay, let's start the tribulation. Somewhere in the colored glass sacred mountain, Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. At this time, his success rate was 100%, so there wouldn't be any accidents. The itinerant immortal tribulation was different from the previous immortal tribulations. It was affected by the number of people undergoing the tribulation, so it could only be done one by one. Yi Xian went first. He directly attracted the elemental energy of heaven and earth and gathered it above his head. This time, he was going to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulation, which was much more powerful than the previous immortal tribulation. The changes it caused shocked many people. At this time, Fairy Liu Li and Headstrong in the colored glass sacred mountain both discovered it. This is the itinerant immortal tribulation. Yi Xian is actually going to undergo the tribulation? Headstrong was shocked. Fairy Liu Li was also shocked. Although she was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, she didn't have 100% confidence in passing the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, Yi Xian was even earlier than her. One should know that Yi Xian was only a first-tier Ascension Realm LV1 a month ago. This kid is really bold. Others delay the itinerant immortal tribulation, but he actually triggered it in advance. If he really passes it, won't he become a second tribulation itinerant immortal? Headstrong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but admire him. However, as long as Yi Xian passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant immortal, it would be easy for him to deal with the lords of those evil holy lands. Boom! At this time, the tribulation lightning in the distance fell and struck Yi Xian's head. Chapter 1649. Ding! Host has successfully passed the tribulation. Host is now a second tribulation scattered immortal. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. At this moment, his realm was the highest in the Penglai sacred land. This colored glaze treasure body is really good. Otherwise, the success rate of passing the tribulation would be less than 100%. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. After the colored glaze treasure body reached the 6th stage, it needed the best colored glaze. However, there was enough to exchange for it. Therefore, Yi Xian had already reached the 7th stage, the same as Fairy Liu Li. Right at this moment, two figures suddenly flew over from the distance. Needless to say, they were naturally Fairy Liu Li and Willful. They looked at Yi Xian in astonishment, finding it hard to accept. Headstrong swallowed his saliva and said, "You passed?" "Yes, I'm now a second tribulation scattered immortal." Yi Xian nodded. "That's so scary. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to pass the tribulation first." Headstrong sighed. "No rush. Let's pass the tribulation first." Yi Xian grinned. This time, he had other plans. His goal was not limited to the evil sacred land. Fairy Liu Li was speechless. After all, only a month had passed. She could not imagine that Yi Xian, who was only a first-stage ascension realm a month ago, had now surpassed her in realm. Before she could say anything, the vitality of heaven and earth changed again. This time, it was the old tree's tribulation. Again. Headstrong was shocked. Although the old tree had a contract with Yi Xian, it did not seem to work in the scattered immortal realm, so he had to pass the tribulation himself. Soon, the scattered immortal tribulation descended. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on the old tree. The old tree easily withstood the lightning and passed the tribulation successfully. Ding! Lightning ember passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Next was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Now a second tribulation scattered immortal realm. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. Therefore, after he successfully transcended the tribulation, Wei Zhentian also broke through. However, this was not the end. "Luo Luo, don't forget to use the Holy Leader token," Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in her mind. "Yes." Luo Luo nodded and took out the Holy Leader token. Previously, Yi Xian gave the Holy Master token to Fairy Liu Li, but Fairy Liu Li rejected it and prepared to cooperate with Yi Xian. Therefore, Luo Luo was still the Holy Master of the Penglai Holy Land. With the Holy Leader medallion, Yi Xian was no longer worried. Boom! Soon, the fourth itinerant immortal tribulation descended. Luo Luo, who had already transformed into the heavenly loathing fox, bore the brunt of the attack. Ding! Luo Luo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early stage second tribulation scattered celestial. Luo Luo had also passed the first itinerant celestial tribulation and became a second tribulation itinerant celestial. Yi Xian and the other three directly transcended tribulations one after another, which frightened Fairy Liu Li and Capricious. Forget about Yi Xian and Luo Luo. One was a monster, while the other was the first heavenly loathing fox to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Old Shu's strength was also very strong, and he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian in the slightest. However, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, a heavenly beast, had become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. This was unacceptable to Capricious. This Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be a false immortal beast now. Capricious could not help but think to himself. A false immortal beast was a heavenly beast of the itinerant immortal level. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Capricious was now a mid-stage first tribulation itinerant immortal. He might not even be able to defeat a weapon like Wei Zhentian. Alright, we've all become second tribulation itinerant immortals. Now, it's time to act. Yi Xian grinned. Not to mention second tribulation itinerant immortals, even first tribulation itinerant immortals could not fight in the small holy land. However, this time, he had taken advantage of a loophole. If Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked in the small sacred land, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao and killed. However, because they could resurrect infinitely, They could resurrect again and again even if they were killed every time they attacked. Who in the small sacred land was a match for them? Haha, good, let's go now. Capricious eyes lit up. There's no teleportation formation between the righteous sacred land and the evil sacred land. Those who came to Penglai sacred land before all crossed the sea, so it's the same for us. After saying that, Capricious took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. This is a map of the sea. Xieyang sacred land is right next to Penglai sacred land. It's quite close. As long as we reach Xieyang sacred land, we can directly teleport to Bloodfiend sacred land or Nibbling sacred land, right? Yi Xian asked. Yes, we just need to cross the sea once. Capricious nodded. In that case, let's set off immediately. Without another word, Yi Xian copied the map of the sea area into the book. Then, he went through the teleportation formation in Colored Glass Sacred Mountain and teleported to Penglai Sacred Land, which was close to Xieyang Sacred Land. Although the sea didn't belong to any sacred land, anyone who attacked in the sea would be punished by the heavenly Tao. However, they could still fly. After all, they didn't attack. As for Fairy Liu Li and Capricious, they were kept in Yi Xian's planting space and were enjoying the tenfold cultivation speed. Now, the Yuan Qi in the planting space was no less than Penglai sacred land. Because of the speed of the space flow, Capricious wanted to stay in the planting space permanently. Luo Luo was also cultivating in the planting space. However, because she was now a second tribulation scattered immortal and Capricious heaven and earth treasures were almost used up, her cultivation speed was a little slow. Yi Xian rushed at full speed and arrived at Xieyang sacred land after a day. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xieyang sacred land. The sacred land master of Xieyang sacred land, Evil Buddha, was only a peak first tribulation scattered immortal. He couldn't even beat Wei Zhentian, let alone Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree. Yi Xian was now a second tribulation scattered immortal. His spiritual sense, killer instinct, and eye of perception could cover almost 1/5 of Xieyang sacred land. There were still some scattered immortals in Xieyang sacred land, but they were all gathered in the center. Yi Xian sensed them before he arrived. A peak first tribulation scattered immortal, found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he flew directly to the center of Xieyang sacred land. At this time, the scattered immortals in the center of Xieyang sacred land finally sensed them. Who is a second tribulation scattered immortal? A bald man raised his eyebrows. He sensed that Yi Xian's aura was very strange, but he was just a little surprised. After all, they were in Xieyang sacred land and he was the sacred land master. Even a second tribulation scattered immortal couldn't defeat him. Chapter 1650. May I ask who you are? The bald man flew into the sky and shouted. Yi Xian looked at him and confirmed his identity. This bald man was Evil Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha of the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect. He was also the lord of the Holy Land of Xieyang Holy Land. Destroy his body first, Yi Xian said in his mind. Old Tree and the other two immediately came out of the planting space. Old Tree's appearance caught Evil Buddha off guard, but the more shocking thing was yet to come. 9 dragons thunder flash. Old Tree flashed and appeared behind Evil Buddha, then punched out. Bang! This thunderfire fist directly blasted through Evil Buddha's neck, separating his head from his body. Then, Old Tree was also punished by the heavenly Tao and was obliterated. Ding, Ember of Thunderfire is dead. Ding, Ember of Thunderfire is resurrected. Although Evil Buddha was the lord of the Holy Land, he was only a 1 tribulation scattered immortal after all. Facing Old Tree, who was a 2 tribulation scattered immortal, even with the Holy Master token, he could not defeat him. Moreover, Old Tree had taken Evil Buddha by surprise and ambushed him. How could Evil Buddha expect that someone would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to kill him? In an instant, Evil Buddha was left with only his head. Then, his body and the interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Hee. Yi Xian grinned and released Wayward and Fairy Liu Li. At the same time, he took out a token from the interspatial ring. The Holy Master token of Xieyang Holy Land. Ding, The host has refined the Holy Master token of Xieyang Holy Land and become the Lord of Xieyang Holy Land. A system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian could make a move on Xieyang Holy Land. Evil Buddha, who only had one head left, stared blankly at Yi Xian, unable to accept the fact that he only had one head left. After a while, he asked, "You, who are you?" After refining the Holy Master token, Yi Xian continued to search the interspatial ring, but did not find the so-called heavenly treasure map. "Headstrong, I didn't find the heavenly treasure map," Yi Xian said as he tossed the interspatial ring to Headstrong. "Impossible, he must have stolen the Supreme Buddha's heavenly treasure map." He willfully checked himself again. Now, Evil Buddha knew the other party's purpose for coming. It turned out that they were here for the Heavenspan treasure map. Previously, Yi Xian did not use the Soul Eye because he had not refined the Holy Leader token. Although it was a soul attack, he did not dare to try it because he was afraid of being punished by the Heavenly Tao. However, he had refined the Holy Master's badge. Thus, he was able to use it. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye, ding. Control successful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian subdued Evil Buddha. Though Evil Buddha had lived for more than 10,000 years, Yi Xian was one realm higher than him. "Where did you put the heavenly treasure map?" Yi Xian asked Evil Buddha. "I have already given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death." Evil Buddha replied directly. "What?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Willful. "He was subdued by you?" Willful asked in astonishment. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. In that case, Evil Buddha was telling the truth. Who would have thought that the heavenly treasure map was in the hands of the Emperor of Death? This was troublesome. The Emperor of Death was the master of the Holy Land of Death. Now that Evil Buddha had given the heavenly treasure map to the Emperor of Death, there was no hope for him to get it. Forget it. Since the heavenly treasure map is in the hands of the Emperor of Death, then we don't need it. Willful sighed and said, "All right." Yi Xian nodded, then directly killed the Evil Buddha with a single strike. Once the soul of a rogue immortal was destroyed, he would die. When the experts of the Xieyang Holy Land saw that Evil Buddha was killed, they were so frightened that they scattered. "You want to leave?" "Not so easy." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly caught up with the rogue immortals and subdued them with the Soul Eye. The Xieyang Holy Land was considered a good place among the small holy lands. If all the resources were gathered, it would be a considerable amount of income. Now that Yi Xian was the master of the Xieyang Holy Land, he could do whatever he wanted in the Holy Land. He directly ordered the experts under his command to eliminate the evil forces. As for the rogue immortals of the Xieyang Holy Land, they survived because they were subdued by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian quickly used the teleportation formation in the Xieyang Holy Land to teleport to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Then, he used the same method to kill the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master, and obtained the Blood Fiend Holy Land's master token. Then, it was the Nibbling Holy Land and the other 4 slightly smaller evil Holy Lands. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian had seized all 7 of the evil Dao Holy Lands. And he was the master of the 7 Holy Lands. At the same time, he directly broke through to the intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhantian reached the peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Luo Luo needed to cultivate, so she was slightly slower. She was the same as Yi Xian, intermediate Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal Realm. Yi Xian's actions were too fast. Even after 2 days, the news had not spread. In order to fulfill his promise, Yi Xian gave the Evil Sun Holy Land's master token to Fairy Liu Li, and the Blood Fiend Holy Land and the Nibbling Holy Land's master tokens were given to Headstrong. As for the remaining 4 master tokens, he kept them. If he added the Penglai Holy Land's master token, he would have 5. However, Yi Xian was not ready to give up because he had another plan. That was the Temporal Island. Previously, when he obtained one of Shi Wuya's Eyes of Time, the planting space had undergone a change, and the Temporal Island Lord had another one. If he had a pair of Eyes of Time, perhaps the planting space's effects would be even better. The Temporal Island Lord was a peak Second Tribulation Rogue Immortal and the master of the Temporal Island's Holy Land. Even a 3 tribulation rogue immortal would not be able to kill him in one hit. Therefore, as long as he did not come out of the temporal island, no one could do anything to him. At this time, in a wicked holy land. Headstrong, did the temporal island lord offend your life holy sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, he killed someone in my life holy sect. The person who died was the child of one of my life holy sect's elders, so he was hunted down by my life holy sect and holed up in the temporal island. Headstrong nodded. What if I help you get rid of him? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You want to go to the temporal island? When Caprice heard this, he was very surprised and said, Shi Jin is the master of the temporal island's holy land, and he is a peak 2nd tribulation loose immortal. On the temporal island, even a 3 tribulation loose immortal might not be able to beat him. I know that. Yi Xian nodded. Then how do you want to win? Headstrong asked, puzzled. Shi Wuya holed up in the temporal island. Even his father could not do anything to him, so it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to kill Shi Wuya. Chapter 1651. Since it won't work, I'll use these 5 holy leader tokens to lure him out. Yi Xian suddenly took out the 5 holy leader tokens. One of them was the Penglai Holy Land's Holy Leader token. Even the Holy Land's Lord would be tempted by these 5 Holy Leader tokens. After all, if someone wanted to undergo tribulation in the future, they could refine the Holy Leader token of the small Holy Land first. That way, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Yi Xian was 80% confident that he could use these 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. When the time came, he could launch a sneak attack and perhaps kill the Temporal Island Lord instantly. 5 Holy Leader tokens. Wayward swallowed his saliva. If he added Xieyang, Xueshuo, and Shigu Holy Leader tokens, he would have 8 tokens. Thinking about it this way, the Temporal Island Lord might really come out. The Temporal Island was too small, not even 1/5 of the Penglai Holy Land. He could cover it with his spiritual sense. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Wayward nodded. If he could get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, it would be good. If the Temporal Island Lord succeeded in his tribulation and became a 3 tribulation loose immortal, then he would be able to wreak havoc in the Holy Land. If we can get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. Wayward said. All right, I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. He then checked the sea region map and confirmed the location of the Temporal Island. Then, he quickly took action. This time, his plan was to use the 5 Holy Leader tokens to lure the Temporal Island Lord out. Then, the old tree trio would deal with him. Every time Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked, they would be punished by the Heavenly Tao. But don't forget, Wei Zhentian wouldn't be punished. As long as the Temporal Island Lord came out, Wei Zhentian could directly use the Sword Storm to kill him. As the Temporal Island and the other Holy Lands did not have a transmission array, Yi Xian still had to hurry. He first transmitted to a Holy Land of the Righteous Tao, then flew through the sea region. After traveling at full speed for about a day and a half, he finally saw the Temporal Island. Although the island of time and space was small, it was still considered a holy land. The island master was a 2nd tribulation individual immortal. His spiritual sense could cover the entire island. If Yi Xian stepped in, he would probably be attacked directly. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. This was because the temporal island was so small. Even if Shi Xian attacked, the attack range would be very small. Yi Xian approached the temporal island and shouted, "Shi Jin, come out." The sound was deafening, enough to spread throughout the Isle of Time. There weren't many people living on the Spacetime Island, and they were all from the Shi family. When they heard someone calling out the Grand Elder's name, they immediately rushed out. What a powerful aura! Could it be a 2nd tribulation scattered immortal? The few loose immortals from the Shi clan raised their eyebrows, and those 9th-tier Heaven Ascension cultivators who were about to make a move shuddered. 2nd tribulation loose immortals, only holy lands have them. Could it be that they were from the life-sacred land? Just as they were surprised, a middle-aged man flew up into the sky, and then everyone retreated. The newcomer was none other than Shi Jin from the Isle of Time and Space. "Who are you?" Shijin couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian's unfamiliar face. You don't need to know who I am. I just want to know, do you want these things? After saying this, Yi Xian took out 5 Holy Leader medallions from his devouring space. When they saw the 5 Holy Leader medallions, Shijin and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, it's actually the Holy Leader medallions, and 5 at that. What's going on? How could this person have 5 Holy Leader medallions? How could he take out 5 Holy Leader medallions at once? This must be fake. Everyone in the She clan expressed their doubts. After all, this was really too shocking. However, the Holy Leader medallions were unique in this world. Shijin could clearly sense that these 5 Holy Leader medallions were real. 5 Holy Leader medallions in one person's possession was very unlikely. Who are you? Shijin couldn't help but ask. I said, you don't need to know who I am. If you want these 5 Holy Leader medallions, then come with me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Shijin's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian's temptation was too obvious. However, those 5 Holy Leader medallions were indeed real. If he obtained them, he wouldn't have to hide on the temporal island anymore. He would be able to move freely between the 6 holy lands. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow him. On the temporal island, he could use the Holy Leader medallions. However, outside, he couldn't do anything. The temporal island was surrounded by the sea. Even if someone ambushed him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was Second Sister's peak Luce Celestial. Under the circumstances that he didn't use the Holy Leader medallions, even if a 3 Tribulation Luce Celestial sacrificed himself to ambush him, they might not succeed. Which 3 Tribulation Luce Celestial would dare to do this? After all, he had only killed the child of an elder. It wasn't to the point where he would fight to the death. When he thought of this, he followed him. He wanted to see what tricks Yi Xian had up his sleeve. In front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw Shijin follow him out. The first step of his plan had already been accomplished. As long as he lured Shijin away from the temporal island, he could directly make his move. After rushing for half a minute, Yi Xian finally stopped. What are you trying to do? Shijin asked in surprise as he looked at Yi Xian. However, in the next instant, Yi Xian's actions shocked him. Yi Xian actually directly threw the 5 Holy Leader medallions in his hand to him one by one. What? Shijin was stunned. These were 5 Holy Leader medallions. How could he just give them away so casually? He caught the first Holy Leader medallion and examined it. Sure enough, it was real. Then, the second Holy Leader medallion, and the third. However, when he reached the 4th Holy Leader medallion, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he sensed 2 auras that were not inferior to theirs in the slightest. They were peak 2 Tribulation Luce Celestials. Before he could clearly see who they were, the other party made a move. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain, Grasp of the Underworld. 2 extremely powerful control skills directly landed on Shijin, binding him so tightly that he couldn't move. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked together. Although these 2 skills didn't tear through space, they were still punished by the Heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao's punishment varied in strength. Hence, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor weren't directly obliterated like before. Haha, you're dead meat. Old Tree grinned and then directly used a powerful skill. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also directly used a powerful skill. Sword Blade Storm. Although Shijin had already left the temporal island, he could only defend and couldn't attack. However, just in case, Yi Xian had already used his trump card. Shijin had the Eye of Space, but he couldn't break through space to leave now. If he attacked, he would also be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1652. Not to mention the Blade Storm, just the 9 Dragons Sky Howl was enough to blast Shijin's body apart, leaving only his head behind. Then, the Blade Storm quickly swept over, turning Shijin's head into a sieve. Ding! Lightning Embers has died. Ding! Lightning Embers has revived. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. The Temporal Island Lord, Shijin, had fallen. Yi Xian immediately rushed over, took the Temporal Island Lord's yin and yang ring, and refined the Divine Leader token inside. However, the most important thing was that he had finally obtained the Temporal Island Lord's Eye of Time and Spatial Eye. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Time. The system notification sounded. The Temporal Island Lord had given his son an Eye of Time, but it was taken away by Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had obtained another one, they were finally paired. In an instant, he saw a change in the planting space. The adjustment of the flow of space was not increased to 20 times, but 30 times. A day in the planting space was equivalent to a month in the outside world. This was so awesome that he had no friends. As expected of the Eye of Time, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The flow of space had increased by 3 times. Although it did not have much of an effect on him, it was a divine weapon for others. Most importantly, Luo Luo had the heavenly loathing fox bloodline, so she could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth on her own. Cultivating in the planting space for 30 days was equivalent to several years of cultivation for others. With the combination of these two, Luo Luo's cultivation speed would not be able to keep up with Yi Xian's. Then, Yi Xian took back the 5 Divine Leader tokens from before. Now, he was the leader of 5 sacred lands. Including Luo Luo's Penglai sacred land, he had 6 sacred lands. At this time, Yi Xian released Wayward from the planting space. When Wayward saw Shijin's corpse, he was shocked. He did not expect Yi Xian to succeed. Amazing, amazing. Wayward did not know how to describe his feelings at this time. After a pause, he said, "Now that you are the leader of the Temporal Island, you can control the Temporal Island. However, I have a request. You want to use the array formation on the Temporal Island?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There was a time array on the Spacetime Island. Cultivating for 2 years inside the Spacetime Island was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Well, although it's not as good as your space, it's still pretty good. Caprice nodded. This time array is only 2 times faster, but my space is 30 times faster. When the time comes, I will directly create an entrance in your Life Saint sect, and you can let people in to cultivate. Yi Xian said. What? You can build an entrance? Caprice was surprised. Previously, he thought that only Yi Xian could get people in. Now that there was an entrance, it was much more convenient. Cultivating inside for 30 days was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Who wouldn't want to cultivate inside? My space is about 1/5 the size of the Penglai sacred land. Although it's not as big as the sacred land, it's enough for cultivation. I can open up an area for you inside, Yi Xian said. Haha, thank you so much. Caprice laughed out loud. At this time, Yi Xian said, of course, if you can improve the environment inside, you might be able to increase the flow of time even more. Now that the planted space had been upgraded to level 6, and with the mutation of the Eyes of Time, the flow of time could be increased by 30 times. Moreover, the flow of time would be affected by the level of the planted space. If it was upgraded to level 7, the flow of time would increase again. No problem. When the time comes, I'll plant more flowers of life. Caprice's eyes lit up. Let's go back to the Life Saint sect with me. However, before that, Yi Xian still went to control the loose immortals on the Temporal Island and made a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of the Second Tribulation loose immortal realm. Because there was no transmission array on the Temporal Island, they had to continue on their way. After a day and a half, they returned to the small sacred land from before and used the transmission array to return to the Penglai demon race. At this time, Luo Luo had already cultivated in the planted space for 50 days and directly broke through to peak Second Tribulation loose immortal. In the planted space, Fairy Glaze also refined the sacred leader token of the Xieyang sacred land and left. Then, Yi Xian and Caprice used the transmission array to teleport to the Glazed Light sacred land, and finally to the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect was a large sacred land and its space was very stable. Once there, Yi Xian could make his move. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian passed through more than 10 spatial rifts and finally arrived at the Life Saint sect. There were hundreds of loose immortals in the Life Saint sect, and there were even a few 3 Tribulation loose immortals. Before Yi Xian even entered, he could already feel waves of powerful auras. With Caprice leading the way, Yi Xian entered the Life Saint sect. The Life Saint sect had a mix of races, but mainly the Platinum Sacred Light Dragon clan and humans. The current sect master of the Life Saint sect was a human who became a loose immortal after cultivating for only 200 years. He was now a 3-tribulation loose immortal. As for Caprice's father, he was the Grand Elder of the Life Saint sect and a peak 3-tribulation loose immortal. Caprice led Yi Xian directly to the Life Saint mountain and found his father. What surprised Yi Xian was that Caprice's father looked very similar, like twins. This must be little friend Yi Xian, who has recently become popular in the various sacred lands. Caprice's father, Ren Xiong, said with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Before Caprice returned, he had already informed Ren Xiong of the matter. The latter did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "This time, you helped the Life Saint sect get rid of the Temporal Island Lord, as well as the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and the Bone Erosion Sacred Land. This is what you deserve," said Ren Xiong. Yi Xian naturally did not refuse. He directly accepted the interspatial ring and checked it. Good heavens, there were a lot of things inside, enough for him to break through and even undergo tribulation. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian thanked him. "This is what you deserve. Also, I want to ask, what are you going to do with the remaining sacred lands?" Ren Xiong asked curiously. Yi Xian naturally understood Ren Xiong's meaning and asked in return, "Senior, are you interested?" Ren Xiong smiled awkwardly and said, "If possible, I can represent the Life Saint sect and buy the sacred leader tokens in your hands." Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but pause. Now, apart from the Penglai Sacred Land, he still had 5 sacred leader tokens. "If senior is interested, I only need to leave the Temporal Island Sacred Leader token," Yi Xian said to Ren Xiong. Chapter 1653. Although the Temporal Island was only 1/5 the size of the Penglai Sacred Land, it was enough for Yi Xian. He could move Lianyun City to the Temporal Island in the future. "That's great. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the treasures. I'll go prepare them now." Ren Xiong's eyes flashed as he smiled and left. 4 Sacred Lord tokens. If he added the Blood Fiend Sacred Land and Bone Erosion Sacred Land, he would have 6. The Life Sacred Land had many loose immortals who died under the loose immortal tribulation. With 4 Sacred Lord tokens, the success rate would increase a lot. Soon, Ren Xiong returned with a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures that could improve the environment. Then, Yi Xian handed the 4 Sacred Lord tokens to Ren Xiong. These cultivation resources were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 2nd Tribulation Loose Immortal Tribulation and become a 3rd Tribulation Loose Immortal. "Thank you, little friend," Ren Xiong said with a smile. "Senior is too polite. We're just doing what we need," Yi Xian replied with a smile. Ren Xiong nodded with satisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, little friend, do you have any news about the Skysplit treasure map?" "Skysplit treasure map?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "Yes, little friend must have gained a lot after destroying so many evil sacred lands. Did you get the Skysplit treasure map?" Ren Xiong nodded. "No, I didn't." Yi Xian shook his head. This was the truth. He really didn't have the Skysplit treasure map. "Oh, that's too bad." Ren Xiong sighed. "Now, 7 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map have appeared in the world. My Life Sacred Ground, Buddhist Holy Ground, and Nether Sacred Ground all have 1 piece. Fairy Liu Li has 1 piece, and Old Immortal Tianju of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground has 1 piece. Previously, Capricious sent news that Evil Buddha's piece was given to the Emperor of Death. Now, the Emperor of Death has 2 pieces. 7 Skysplit treasure maps." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed because he heard the name Old Immortal Tianju. He didn't know if Old Immortal Tianju's map was given to him or if Old Immortal Tianju already had it. "I remember that Old Immortal Tianju's map was obtained by his wife, Fairy Dragon Sparrow, right?" At this time, Old Immortal Tianju suddenly spoke. Yi Xian was shocked. So meant that old immortal Tianju had 2 of the sky-split map. And he was the only one new Lord Tianju map. In total, there were 8 trans-heaven diagrams. Only one more and he would be able to find the passageway to the immortal realm. However, Yi Xian didn't tell him that he'd given a piece of the heavenly treasure map to old immortal Tianju. Instead, he directly sent a sound transmission to Luo Luo and asked about it. Of Yi Tian Tian Tu had 7 immortal Tian 7. 7. 7. He didn't know much about the heavenly treasure map. He only knew that each of the 4 great holy lands had a piece, but he didn't know that the Buddhist Holy Land had another piece besides the one that was stolen by evil Buddha. As for Fairy Liu Li's piece, it was only recently confirmed by Yi Xian. Senior, if we add the one I gave you before, there are 8 now. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing this, old immortal Tianju hesitated for a long time before saying, since that's the case, you don't have to hide it anymore. I think the Holy Lands will gather soon, gather together to find the 9th sky-split map. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then said to Ren Xiong, Senior, I once obtained a piece of the heavenly treasure map. However, in order to repay old immortal Tianju's kindness, I gave it to him. What? You obtained a sky-split map? Ren Xiong was shocked. Old immortal Tianju was also surprised, but he didn't blame Yi Xian for not saying it. After all, this wasn't a small matter. So, old immortal Tianju has 2 sky-split map like the Emperor of Death? Old immortal Tianju asked. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. Legend has it that if you gather all 9 sky-split map pieces, you can find the passage to the immortal world. As long as the passage is opened, we can directly ascend to the immortal world. Father, I remember there is a legend in the world that as long as you gather all 8 sky-split map pieces and set up the 9 seeking formation, you can find the location of the 9th sky-split map piece. Is this true? Old immortal Tianju asked in shock. Ren Xiong nodded, it's true, but the 9 seeking formation has been lost. If you ask who is most likely to know it, it would be Daoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist Holy Land. Daoist Ling Xiao? Old immortal Tianju raised an eyebrow. Daoist Ling Xiao was the sect master of the Buddhist Holy Land, High Firmament sect, and also Fairy Liu Li's father. Some time ago, Ren Xiong went to look for Daoist Ling Xiao to discuss the matter between old immortal Tianju and Fairy Liu Li. If that's the case, as long as we find the 9th sky-split map piece, we can find the passage to the immortal world. Old immortal Tianju's eyes lit up. That's right. Ren Xiong nodded. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. I will immediately tell your grandfather and ask him to gather the other sky-split map pieces. Then I will go to the Buddhist Holy Land. Old immortal Tianju suddenly grinned. Okay. Ren Xiong replied. The sky-split map was the focus of all the Holy Lands. After all, they also wanted to ascend to the immortal world. If the passage to the immortal world had not been closed, they would have become real immortals instead of itinerant immortals. As for Yi Xian, he went directly to the island of time and space. He might have something important to do next, so he had to break through as soon as possible. Then, he quickly devoured the heaven and earth treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that his breakthrough success rate was only 70%. The peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm did not mean that he was at the peak of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm. There was still a long way to go. However, the itinerant immortal tribulation did not matter. Even if he was at the early stage of the second tribulation itinerant immortal realm, as long as the world arrived, the itinerant immortal tribulation would descend. At that moment, Yi Xian's triple body fusion increased his combat power by 20%. Ding! The host's current success rate of the tribulation is 94%. The system notification sounded again. A success rate of 94% was not bad. If he had the tribulation transcendence pill and the holy leader token, Yi Xian could almost succeed. However, to be on the safe side, Yi Xian exchanged for a large amount of 5 elements glaze and cultivated the glaze treasure body to the 8th stage. Now, he was 100% sure that he could pass the second itinerant immortal tribulation. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly activated the heaven and earth primordial qi and began to pass the tribulation. The itinerant immortal tribulation happened once every 1,000 years, and the danger level was 100 times higher. Others would delay their tribulation and not advance it, but Yi Xian directly advanced it by 1,000 years. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1654. Boom. The tribulation lightning fell on Yi Xian's head, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation because of the sacred leader token, the azure glaze treasure body, the tribulation passing pill, and the unicorn vital energy. However, this was the second itinerant celestial tribulation, so there were two of them. The second tribulation lightning was stronger than the first one, but it didn't matter. After all, the system showed that Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Boom. The second tribulation lightning fell. Then, Yi Xian heard a notification from the system. Ding. The host has passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Although the old tree and Yi Xian had a contract, the itinerant celestial realm was special. The old tree had to pass the tribulation by himself. In less than a minute, the old tree passed the second itinerant celestial tribulation and became a third tribulation itinerant celestial. Then, it was the Ghost Dome Emperor's turn. Ding. The Ghost Dome Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian broke through. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. The old tree, the Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian broke through. Then, it was Luo Luo's turn. Luo Luo, do you think you can pass? Yi Xian asked. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy's inheritance is not very useful to me, but I still have the Sacred Leader token and the Tribulation Passing Pill. It shouldn't be a problem. Luo Luo replied. Then you should cultivate for a while. Anyway, 30 days in the plant space is only 1 day in the outside world. It's not a small matter to pass the tribulation. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded. Then, she was put into the plant space by Yi Xian to continue cultivating. She cultivated for 90 days, but only 3 days in the outside world. Yi Xian had passed the itinerant celestial tribulation, which meant that Luo Luo's tribulation had arrived. However, she could suppress it, so it wasn't a problem. After cultivating for 3 more months, Luo Luo's cultivation was much stronger than before. Now, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. However, just in case, she still set up 7 layers of formations, which would be able to withstand some of the power of the tribulation lightning. It was better than nothing. Soon, Luo Luo underwent her tribulation in the Penglai sacred land. She easily passed it. Luo Luo is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Now, Yi Xian and the other 4 had all become 3 tribulation loose immortals. Their strength was enough to run amok in the great holy land. Luo Luo. Yi Xian thought in his heart. TTTTIIA. Luo Luo. In that case, the heavenly treasure map would fall into the spatial rift, and even the 9 seeking formation might not be able to find it. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now and wait until later. Not long after Luo Luo passed the tribulation, Wei would finally sent some news. Taoist Ling Xiao has set up the 9 search formation in the sea. My father has also informed the major powers, including the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld. Do you want to come and take a look? Where is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. It's on the 4 islands between the 4 great holy lands. It's just an ordinary island. The 9 search formation is on it, Weiwood replied. When will you arrive? Yi Xian asked again. 3 days later, Weiwood replied. The 4 islands were between the 4 great holy lands. They had to fly from the 4 great holy lands to get there. 3 days was more than enough. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded. He wanted to see where the 9th sky treasure map was. Very quickly, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian arrived at the 4 islands. However, Before he landed, he sensed a few powerful auras. There were even a few three tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, the experts of the 4 great holy lands were gathered for this meeting. Oh, Yi Xian is here. When he sensed the aura, he immediately turned around to take a look. Relying on the eye of insight, Yi Xian could already see the experts on the 4 islands. Old immortal Tianju, Fairy Liu Li, Wayward, Ren Xiong, and the One-Thought Monk. There were many familiar faces. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar faces. Among them, a middle-aged man immediately showed anger when he saw Yi Xian. He was a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. He was the Netherworld Great Emperor, the Prince of Netherworld's father. During the fight for the Holy Lord's token, the Prince of Netherworld was killed by Yi Xian and Wayward, so Yi Xian was his enemy. If it were not for the fact that he was not in the Netherworld Holy Land, he would have attacked Yi Xian a long time ago. However, when everyone sensed Yi Xian's aura, they revealed astonished expressions one after another. After all, Yi Xian was only a Heaven's Ingress realm cultivator back then. Yet, he had actually broken through to the 2nd tribulation loose immortal realm now. Of course, Yi Xian used his bloodline to conceal his aura right now. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor and Ren Xiong could only sense his aura as a 2nd tribulation loose immortal. You must be Yi Xian. You sure are young and promising. As soon as Yi Xian landed, an amiable voice rang out. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the person who came was a bald old monk. Based on the aura of his 3 tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian could determine that he was the master of the Buddhist sect's holy land, the Buddha sovereign. Behind the bald old monk was a middle-aged man in Daoist robes. He was also a 3 tribulation loose immortal. He must be Daoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist Holy Land, as well as Fairy Liu Li's father. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian respectfully greeted them. Good, you're neither arrogant nor impatient. Not bad. Daoist Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, compared to Caprice, he preferred Yi Xian, whom he had met for the first time. However, this was not the time to talk about this matter. The rest of the people had also arrived, which was the last Holy Land, the Holy Land of Death. The Death Emperor flew over from the southwest with more than 10 people. All of them were 2nd tribulation loose immortals with extraordinary strength. When he saw Yi Xian from afar, he could not help but snort coldly. Brat, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You can try. Yi Xian knew that the Death Emperor was talking to him, so he replied indifferently. His first disciple was killed by Caprice, and his second disciple was also killed by Caprice. However, Caprice had a background, while Yi Xian did not. Who else could he find trouble with? Well, everyone is finally here. Daoist Ling Xiao looked around. The 8 supreme treasure maps had been gathered. Now, all that was left was for Daoist Ling Xiao to use the 9 seeking formation to find the 9th supreme treasure map. Daoist Ling Xiao, are you confident? Suddenly, the Death Emperor asked. I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the world who knows how to use the 9 seeking formation, but this is my first time using it. I'm not 100% sure. Daoist Ling Xiao shook his head. Chapter 1655. The formation has been set up. You all can find your own positions and hold the sky treasure map. The Buddhist Supreme said to everyone. Immediately, the experts who held the sky treasure map took it out. Yi Xian, you take this one. Old immortal Tian Ju suddenly handed the sky treasure map that Yi Xian gave him before to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, he was just holding the sky treasure map first. Fairy Liu Li, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Xiong, and the Netherworld Emperor each had one, while old immortal Tianju and the Death Emperor each had 2. The Emperor of Death also gave the extra to the rogue immortals under his command and stood in the 9 seeking formation. In the center of the 9 search formation, Daoist Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. As for the others, they were all watching from the sky. Everyone, if you are ready, I will begin. Daoist Ling Xiao said. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they were ready. Daoist Ling Xiao looked around again, then quickly formed seals with both hands. The 9 search formation also began to operate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the 9 search formation, A gust of wind suddenly blew. Then, the sky treasure map in the hands of the 8 people began to tremble. However, this sky treasure map was extremely important. Everyone held it tightly, unwilling to let go. The sky treasure map in Yi Xian's hand suddenly rotated. Not only that, but the others also did the same. In the end, the 8 sky treasure maps all pointed to one direction. South. 8 sky treasure maps, all pointing to the south. Is there any sacred ground there? Willful asked in surprise. It is my Xieyang sacred ground. Fairy Liu Li said. So, the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xieyang sacred ground? The Death Emperor frowned. One must know that one of the 2 sky treasure maps in his hand was given to him by evil Buddha of the Xieyang sacred ground. He did not expect that there would be another one in the Xieyang sacred ground. It may not be in the Xieyang sacred ground. It may be further south. Let's fly to the south of the Xieyang sacred ground first. If it points to the north, then we can be sure that the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xieyang sacred ground. Daoist Ling Xiao said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This method could determine the location of the 9th heavenly treasure map. If it continued to point to the south, it would not be in the evil Sun Holy Land. One had to know that the Holy Land master of Xieyang Holy Land was Fairy Liu Li. If the 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map was in Xieyang Holy Land, wouldn't it be benefiting Fairy Liu Li for nothing? However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, even the Death Emperor did not dare to enter the small Saint Land. Because this place was divided into various camps, it was impossible to use the teleportation array to reach Xieyang Holy Land. They had to fly. The Death Emperor and the others didn't dare to enter the evil Sun Holy Ground, so they could only take a detour. The journey this time took a total of 7 days. In addition to the previous 3 days, he had spent a total of 10 days. In the planting space, 300 days had passed, which was almost a year. Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline allowed her to reach the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation loose immortal and almost reach the peak of the 3rd tribulation loose immortal in 300 days. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he had the chance, he would quickly get rid of the people from Death Holy Land and Netherworld Holy Land. 7 days later, they arrived at the southern sea of Xieyang Holy Land. They created a floating island and Daoist Ling Xiao set up another search for 9 array. I hope it doesn't point to the north. The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor all had the same thought in their hearts. However, their prayers came true. This time, the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map all shifted and pointed to the south. South? What's going on? Everyone was at a loss. Xieyang Holy Land is the southernmost Holy Land. If we go further south, it would be in those continents. Daoist Ling Xiao said. Continents were also possible. Let's try going south for a few more days. The dozens of loose immortals went south again, but the search for 9 array still pointed to the south. Up ahead is the Immortal Fall Sea. Even a loose immortal would be in danger if he goes there. We can't fight in the sea, so entering the Immortal Fall Sea is a dead end. If the 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map is in the Immortal Fall Sea, it will be troublesome. Daoist Ling Xiao frowned. The Immortal Fall Sea was a dangerous place in the sea. Even Daoist Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 3rd tribulation loose immortal realm, did not dare to enter. After all, they could only defend and could not attack. If the 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map was in the Immortal Fall Sea, it would be impossible. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly found something wrong. He said, previously, we went straight to the south and never shifted our direction. However, in the search for 9 array yesterday, the angles of the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map seemed to be different from before. As soon as he said this, the others were immediately shocked. Angle deviation? That's nonsense. We have so many pairs of eyes watching. How did you discover it? A loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can set up the search for 9 array again and wait for a day. Yi Xian directly suggested. Yesterday's and today's directions were clearly off by 1 degree. It should be known that he could discover it because he had it. If that's the case, then this sky-split treasure map is moving. Daoist Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He said, "But a day is nothing to us." "Okay, then we'll wait for a day. Let's see if the directions are off." "A day is nothing. We've waited for thousands of years. It's nothing." At this time, except for Yi Xian, who was only 28 years old, the others here were all old monsters. Even Wayward and Fairy Liu Li had lived for hundreds of years. In order to verify Yi Xian's words, everyone took out their weapons to be used as a reference when the time came. However, in less than half a day, the 8 pieces of the Sky-Split treasure map showed obvious changes. The 9th piece of the Sky-Split treasure map was indeed moving. It's really changed. It's a little to the southwest. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed at Yi Xian's sharp eyes. Even Daoist Ling Xiao and the Buddhist Supreme, who were peak 3 tribulation loose immortals, did not discover it. Only Yi Xian did. Amazing. The 9th piece of the Sky-Split treasure map is moving. That means that someone has it. Let's go and catch up. After the Emperor of Death finished speaking, he immediately put away the Sky-Split treasure map and then rushed to the south. Although the Immortal Fall Sea was further south, they did not have to enter it. They could try again outside the Immortal Fall Sea. After rushing for more than half a day, they tried again at the edge of the Immortal Fall Sea and found that the 8 pieces of the Sky-Split treasure map were still pointing to the Immortal Fall Sea. Chapter 1656. Everyone, the Immortal Fallen Sea is huge and very dangerous. There are countless heavenly thunders inside. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless immortal would not dare to be careless. "Do you want to enter?" Daoist Ling Xiao asked. "Since we're already here, how can we not enter?" The Netherworld Emperor snorted. "That's right. If we can't find the passage to the immortal realm, we can only live for 1,000 years. Why don't we give it a try?" The Death Emperor nodded. "In that case, let's go in." Ren Xiong said to Headstrong, "You 1 tribulation bodiless immortals shouldn't enter. It's too dangerous." "I know." Headstrong nodded and then looked at Fairy Liu Li. She also had a sky-piercing treasure map. However, Fairy Liu Li gave her sky-piercing treasure map to Daoist Ling Xiao. As for old immortal Tianju, he also took out 2 sky-piercing treasure maps. He gave one to Yi Xian and the other to the Buddhist sect's sacred land. In the end, only 8 bodiless immortals entered the Immortal Fallen Sea. Daoist Ling Xiao also had to enter because he wanted to set up the 9 seeking formation. There were 4 from the Buddhist sect's sacred land, 2 from the Death Emperor's sacred land, 1 from the Netherworld sacred land, 1 from the Life sacred land, and 1 from Yi Xian. Among these people, except for the one from the Buddhist sect's sacred land who was a peak 2nd tribulation bodiless immortal, the rest were all 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were divided into groups of 3 or 6. Their chances of survival were very high. "Yi Xian, take it easy," Headstrong said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His strength was at least in the top 3 among the 9 people. However, just in case, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the other 2. Wei Zhantian turned into a suit of armor and put it on Yi Xian. As for the old tree and the Ghost Dome Emperor, they guarded Yi Xian. How did this kid do it? The bald old man and the Ghost Dome Emperor are both 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. The Death Emperor narrowed his eyes. So did the others. Yi Xian was probably the most mysterious person in their group. Yi Xian finally understood why there were no 4 tribulation bodiless immortals in the sacred land. It was because of the restrictions of the heavens. Soon, the group entered the Sea of Immortal Fall. The Immortal Fallen Sea was a very mysterious peak. It looked like a sunny day, but there would occasionally be tribulation lightning. It was because there were a large number of sea beasts at the level of itinerant immortals. These tribulation lightning bolts were condensed from their tribulations. That was not the main point. The main point was that these sea beasts could attack in the sea, but humans could only defend, so it was very dangerous. At first, they didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary, but after walking for an hour, they encountered a small sea monster. This little sea beast was only at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal, so it posed no threat to them. "Very. It in. B." Daoist Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Everyone turned to look and saw the surface of the sea in the distance begin to surge. A group of sea beasts broke through the waves and approached them. Be careful. Don't provoke them. Avoid them. Buddhist Supreme shouted. If they angered this group of sea beasts, they would persevere in their attacks, and there would be no way for them to escape. The sea beasts were all bodiless immortals. There were hundreds of them. When they saw Yi Xian and the others, some of them avoided them while some of them directly charged at them. The sea beasts were as intelligent as humans. They wanted a change of taste. Yi Xian and the others were good food. Yi Xian and the others could not attack, but they could release their auras to intimidate the sea beasts. Fortunately, they were only one tribulation bodiless immortals. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Soon, the sea beasts let go of Yi Xian and the others and left. Phew. Fortunately, our cultivation base is high enough to intimidate the sea beasts. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they continued to move forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not know if it was because of good luck. 9 search formation. Everyone set up a floating island and set up a 9 search formation. Then, they searched for the location of the 8 supreme treasure maps and finally found an island. No, this was not an island. It was a holy land. How is this possible? Isn't this? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the holy land in front of them. Everyone present knew that this was a holy land, but they did not expect to see it at this time. 7 Demons Holy Land. It's actually the 7 Demons Holy Land, Daoist Ling Xiao exclaimed. What is this? Yi Xian was very curious. He then transmitted his voice to Wayward. What? 7 Demons Holy Land? How is that possible? Wayward was also shocked. What's wrong with this 7 Demons Holy Land? Why isn't it on the map? Yi Xian asked. This was a holy land thousands of years ago, and it was the 5th great holy land. However, a terrifying baleful aura erupted from there, so we destroyed all the teleportation formations that led to the 7 Demons Holy Land. Soon after, the 7 Demons Holy Land disappeared. Wayward explained. Baleful aura was a very terrifying thing. There were a total of 7 types. The 7 Demons Holy Land actually erupted with baleful aura, which was very harmful to the other great holy lands. Therefore, it was isolated. Later, the 4 great holy lands sent people to search for the 7 Demons Holy Land, but they did not find it. They did not expect it to appear in the immortal fallen sea. Everyone, look. The 7 Demons Holy Land seems to be moving. A loud shout rang out. Everyone's eyes focused and found that the 7 Demons Holy Land was F*King moving. F*CK, a holy land is moving. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly scanned with his eye of revelation. He found that there was a defensive formation around the 7 Demons Holy Land. Everyone approached in shock. According to Zun Juzhen's instructions, the last piece of the heaven-connecting treasure map should be in the 7 Demons Holy Land. Thousands of years ago, the overlord of the 7 Demons Holy Land, the 7 Demons sect, erupted with a terrifying baleful aura. The entire Holy Land fell into a state of chaos. Later, the heavenly Tao appeared to protect the Holy Land and surrounded it, not allowing any humans who were tainted by the baleful aura to leave. The Buddhist Supreme said slowly, "If we are not tainted by the baleful aura, we should be able to enter, right?" The Death Emperor said. The Buddhist Supreme put his hands together and nodded. Yes, but we don't know if there are other people in the 7 Demons Holy Land. Whether there were people or not had nothing to do with them. However, the 7 Demons Holy Land was a great holy land. That meant that there was only one Holy Lord token. He wondered where the Holy Leader token was. Chapter 1657. Although we don't know if anyone is still alive, we can't let our guard down. Daoist Ling Xiao reminded. We won't enter the 7 Fiends' sacred ground to avoid being attacked by you guys. At this moment, the Death Emperor suddenly said. Among the people who entered this time, they were clearly the weaker party. The 7 Fiends' sacred ground was a large sacred ground. Once they entered, anyone could attack them. You have the sky-piercing treasure map in your hand. Are you afraid that we will attack you? Ren Xiong coldly snorted. The sky-piercing treasure map is indeed precious, but if we die, wouldn't the Death Sacred Ground and Nether Sacred Ground become yours? The Netherworld Emperor said. Then you guys better be careful and don't encounter any sea beasts. Ren Xiong coldly snorted. Then, they all entered the Seven Fiends' sacred ground, leaving only one person outside to watch over the Netherworld Emperor and the others. Just now, the Seven Fiends' sacred ground's array blocked out spiritual awareness, but after entering the sacred ground, everyone immediately used their spiritual awareness. As expected, there isn't a single person, not even a single living thing. Ren Xiong frowned. Let's split up and search and see if we can find anything. Daoist Ling Xiao suggested. Alright, everyone be careful. I feel that something is wrong with the Seven Fiends' sacred ground. After Ren Xiong finished speaking, he directly left. Although they were strong, the Seven Fiends' sacred ground was so big that they couldn't search it in a short period of time. Old Tree, the three of you go search and see if you can find anything. Yi Xian said to the Old Tree trio. Alright. Old Tree responded and then left. The Seven Fiends' sacred ground was lifeless. Not to mention a single living thing, there wasn't even a corpse. This made the others very surprised. However, after searching for half a day, their spiritual awareness finally found a living thing. It was a person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. These ruins were the ruins of the Seven Fiends sect. And around this human who was sitting cross-legged, there were also clouds of black fog that seemed to be protecting him. Yi Xian, go to the central area. There is someone there. Ren Xiong transmitted his voice. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. About an hour later, he arrived. When he arrived, he saw that Ren Xiong, the Buddha, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were all there. Who is that person? With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian clearly saw that the youth in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect was actually a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. This person appeared in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect. Other than him, there is no one else. It is truly strange, Daoist Ling Xiao said in astonishment. Just now, I tried to get close to him, but the 7 streams of black gas around this kid attacked me directly. The attack power was very strong, so I retreated. The Buddha flicked his tattered sleeves, looking a little helpless. Daoist Ling Xiao continued, we've already shouted countless times, but this kid didn't respond. I wonder where he came from. Yi Xian carefully observed the 7 balls of black qi and discovered that they were not ordinary. He said in a low voice, those 7 balls of black qi seem to be baleful qi. Yes, they should be baleful qi. This kid can actually control baleful qi. He should be someone from Seven Fiends sect thousands of years ago. However, I don't know why he is the only one left in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground. The Buddha nodded. This aura makes me very uncomfortable. Why don't we join forces to destroy him? Ren Xiong suddenly said. He was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon and hated this kind of aura. If it was not for the others not agreeing, he would have already killed his way over. No, this person is very likely to be the master of Seven Fiends' sacred ground. The sky-piercing treasure map is probably on him. If we anger him, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to do anything to him. The Buddha immediately said. Indeed, he was the only one in the entire Seven Fiends' sacred ground, so he was very likely to be the master of the sacred ground. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map was also very likely on him. Then what should we do? Wait. Ren Xiong frowned. Let's see the situation first. The Buddha replied. This youth was a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If he had the sacred leader token, he might be able to increase a realm. Although they were not weak, it would not be so easy to kill the youth who had the sacred leader token. On the contrary, they might suffer casualties. Of course, if Yi Xian and the others attacked with all their strength, this youth would definitely not be able to stop them. However, Yi Xian was afraid that he had the sky-piercing treasure map. Helplessly, everyone could only wait here quietly. This wait lasted for 3 days. Luo Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for several years and had already reached the peak of 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If she had cultivation resources to shorten the time needed to pass the tribulation, She might be able to pass the tribulation directly. 3 days later, the young man finally moved and slowly opened his eyes. Everyone, sorry for the long wait. The young man stood up and scanned the surroundings. You are? The Buddha immediately asked. 7 Fiends Sect's chief disciple, Bu Kang. The youth replied. Then your 7 baleful auras are. The Buddha frowned and looked at the 7 baleful auras beside Bu Kang. I have already refined all the baleful auras in the entire 7 Fiends sacred ground for my own use. Bu Kang explained. Refined all the baleful auras? When everyone heard this, they found it hard to believe. When 7 Fiends Sect's baleful auras erupted, everyone was corroded and killed. Now, Bu Kang said that he had refined all the baleful auras. This was not possible. Everyone, looking at you, you should be here for the sky-piercing treasure map, right? Bu Kang said and directly took out a sky-piercing treasure map from his interspatial ring. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The sky-piercing treasure map was finally complete. So you have already guessed it. Now we have 8 sky-piercing treasure maps. Only the one in your hand is missing. As long as we have it, we can find the passage to the immortal realm. The Buddha said to Bu Kang. I have also heard about the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. It just so happens that I have refined all the baleful auras and can leave 7 Fiends sacred ground. In that case, let's go together. Bu Kang stood up and put away the sky-piercing treasure map. That's good. The Buddha Supremacy grinned. They thought that they would have to fight to get the sky-piercing treasure map. Now it seemed that they were in luck. Bu Kang's strength was probably not weaker than the Buddha and the other experts. After all, he was the chief disciple of 7 Fiends Sect thousands of years ago. Then, after thousands of years, he broke through and became a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. Bu Kang's 7 baleful auras were so powerful without using the sacred leader token. If he used the sacred leader token, it was enough to fight a group of people. Chapter 1658. Supreme Buddha, who is he? After seeing Bu Kang, the Emperor of Death could not help but ask. He is the master of the 7 Fiends sacred ground, Bu Kang. The last piece of the sky-piercing treasure map is in his hands. Daoist Ling Xiao explained. A remnant of the 7 Fiends sect. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes, but he did not say this because he felt that this Bu Kang was not that simple. It was not good to be hostile to him. Don't worry so much. Now that the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map have been gathered, the next step is to piece together a complete map. Netherworld Emperor said. Yes, we have waited for thousands of years. Finally, this day has come. As long as we open the passage to the immortal world, everyone can ascend to the immortal world. As the Supreme Buddha spoke, he could not help but reveal a yearning expression. Everyone was the same. Who would want to stay in such a remote place? The immortal world, that was the world of immortals. Since the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had been gathered, then everyone took it out at the same time. All 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had appeared. There were restrictions in the sea, so everyone could not make a move here. They once again created a floating island, but this time Daoist Ling Xiao did not need to set up the 9 search formation. Come on. The Supreme Buddha took the lead and threw out the sky-piercing treasure map in his hand, and the others followed suit. The 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map attracted like magnets and finally merged into one. A large map appeared. On it, there were only 5 locations. The Buddhist sacred ground, the life sacred ground, the death sacred ground, and the netherworld sacred ground. These 4 sacred grounds were in the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast directions. This sky-piercing treasure map connected these 4 sacred grounds with 2 straight lines and a focal point. Obviously, that focal point was the place they were looking for. This place, isn't it the 4 islands? Daoist Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and said in horror. Yes, in the middle of the 4 sacred grounds is the 4 islands. Could it be the passage to the immortal world? No, this is too coincidental. These 4 islands are very ordinary, there is no one on them. Could it be under the 4 islands? Everyone was guessing. No matter what, let's go take a look first. After the Supreme Buddha finished speaking, he directly opened the sky-piercing treasure map and divided it into 9 pieces and returned them to each party. Next, they continued to hurry on their way and arrive at the 4 islands. Then, everyone reassembled the sky-piercing treasure map. The 4 islands changed. All of a sudden, an array formation rose up from the center of the 4 islands, creating a hole in the 4 islands. What? There's actually a hidden array within the 4 islands. Who set it up? Even I, a peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal, was unable to discover it. Daoist Ling Xiao was utterly shocked. How could a 4th tribulation loose immortal appear in this place? The passageway to the immortal world is indeed in the sea. The Emperor of Death couldn't hold it in any longer. He led his men into the depths of the sea. But before that, the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were returned to each party because they felt that the sky-piercing treasure maps were not simply used to find the passage to the immortal world. Yi Xian went down with the Buddhist sect and life-sacred land. If it were not for this passage, they would have been attacked by sea beasts. After traveling at full speed for an entire day, they finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Celestial Sea Palace. Everyone landed and looked at the stone tablet in front of them and the door. Look, there are 9 square holes on it. Someone reminded them. Obviously, the 9 square holes corresponded to the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. However, no one knew what would happen next. This Celestial Sea Palace is probably not the passage to the immortal world. There may be danger inside, so I think we should gather our people first, the Supreme Buddha suggested. Yes, there should be many people coming. Let's gather them. The Netherworld Emperor nodded. Then, they all notified the experts on their side and asked them to come to the 4 islands. 3 days later, there were more than 100 people gathered here. All of them were loose immortals, and almost all of them were 2nd tribulation loose immortals. At the same time, Ren Jiyuan, Wayward's grandfather and Ren Xiong's father, also came. He was the Sacred Land Master of Life Sacred Land and had already handed the Sacred Lord token to his subordinates. In addition, Life Sacred Sect's Sect Master Pangran and others were also present. There were more than 10 tribulation loose immortals. Everyone, come, Daoist Ling Xiao said. At this time, he was holding Fairy Liu Li's sky-piercing treasure map. The others also chose a place and then threw the sky-piercing treasure map out and embedded it in the 9 squares. After the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were gathered, the door suddenly bloomed with a strange light. Then, everyone saw the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps being refined into a blue bead. What is this? Everyone was puzzled, but they all took the blue bead one after another. The Buddhist Supreme, Daoist Ling Xiao, Old Immortal Tian Ju, Yi Xian, Netherworld Emperor, Bu Kang, and Ren Jiyuan each had one. As for the Emperor of Death, he had 2. Although they didn't understand what it was, they knew that this blue bead would definitely be useful in the following journey. Before they could continue thinking, the door of the Immortal Sea Palace suddenly opened. Sure enough, this wasn't the passage to the immortal world. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Everyone looked inside, but they didn't see any other creatures. This feeling reminded Yi Xian of the Deep Sea Palace when he went to the Bloodstone continent. The Emperor of Death was a little impatient and directly sent an undead puppet in, but there was no danger. The space inside is very stable. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the Life Sacred Sects group. The 2 factions had more or less the same number of people. If a fight broke out, no one would have an advantage. Emperor of Death, do you want to fight first? Daoist Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that we have found clues to the passage to the immortal world, let's put aside our grudges for the time being. The Netherworld Emperor said and inadvertently glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed the Netherworld Emperor's son and the successor of the Emperor of Death. This enmity naturally wouldn't be resolved so easily. If that's the case, then let's decide who comes first. Daoist Ling Xiao suddenly said. Let's go first. There may be opportunities and dangers. What do you think? The Buddhist Supreme followed. Okay, let's go first. The Emperor of Death's eyes lit up and immediately led his people into the Immortal Sea Palace. Chapter 1659. This Bu Kang, although we know his background, is very mysterious. Now that he's with the people from the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Daoist Ling Xiao looked at the backs of the Death Emperor and the others and murmured. Indeed. Let's let them explore the way first. We'll go in half a day later. The Buddhist Supreme suggested. Anyway, they were here for the passage to the immortal world. Even if there were opportunities in the Divine Sea Palace, they could give up. Roughly half a day later, everyone was ready to enter the Celestial Sea Palace. There are so many of us together, and there are several third tribulation scattered immortals. Even if we encounter danger, we can deal with it together. Everyone thought at the same time, and then entered the Celestial Sea Palace together. At this time, the 5 blue beads were respectively held by the Buddhist Supreme, Daoist Ling Xiao, Renji Yuan, Old Immortal Tianju, and Yi Xian. They felt that these 5 blue beads would definitely be useful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was too mysterious, everyone was very careful. Because the Divine Sea Palace was full of seawater, they were afraid of sea monsters. However, this worry was superfluous. The moment they entered the Divine Sea Palace, Yi Xian had already asked Old Tree and the others to explore. Old Tree was the fastest and took the lead, but he didn't find any danger. The Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and Bu Kang, these 3 are very fast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When they entered the Divine Sea Palace, he had already marked them with the Death Hunt command. At this time, he saw that they were very fast, so he guessed that they didn't encounter any danger. However, when they were in the middle area, he saw that they stopped for a while. He didn't know what happened, but if there was danger, it should be near that area. Therefore, he asked Old Tree to go and take a look quickly. Ding, embers of thunder fire died. Ding, embers of thunder fire revived. 2 system notifications sounded out, causing Yi Xian to frown as he was on his way. Old Tree, why did he suddenly die? Old Tree, what happened? Yi Xian quickly asked. I'm not sure. I just crossed a line and then died. However, I saw some bloodstains near that line. The Old Tree appeared beside Yi Xian again and explained. Line? When Caprice and the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Emperor of Death and the others suffered casualties? That should be it. Old Tree nodded. Then, they hurried on and finally saw the line mentioned by the Old Tree. In order to let them see clearly, the Old Tree personally tested it again. After he used the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash to cross that line, everyone saw the Old Tree's body directly explode. Ding. Ashen Thunder Fire has died. Ding. Ember of Thunder Fire has been revived. The Old Tree once again appeared in front of everyone. We can't see anything strange about this line. The Buddha shook his head. The moment I crossed it, I felt a huge pressure. My body was squeezed until it exploded, the Old Tree replied. That's right. The strange thing isn't that line, but the water behind it. Yi Xian nodded. Could it be that we have to use that blue bead? Daoist Ling Xiao asked. Yes. We might need to use it. Renji Yuan nodded and then his gaze fell on the Old Tree. At that moment, Yi Xian gave the blue bead in his hand to the Old Tree. Then, he let the Old Tree try again. This time, when the Old Tree crossed the line, nothing happened. Instead, a blue light barrier appeared around his body. Sure enough, he needed to use that blue bead. Sure enough, he needs to use that. However, can one bead only protect one person? Caprice asked in surprise. Probably not. Let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor try as well. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This time, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor crossed the line together. The 2 of them were together, but nothing happened. Then, Yi Xian asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to move away from the Old Tree. Sure enough, after he moved away, he heard 2 system notifications. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was resurrected beside Yi Xian. This time, they tested the distance of the blue bead, but they didn't test the number of people. To be on the safe side, they tested it again and found that a blue bead could only protect 5 people. The 6th person would be squeezed out and then his body would explode. Fortunately, the 6th person was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, so everyone was fine. The Emperor of Death's side only has 4 blue beads. At most, they can protect 20 people. It seems that they will lose at least 30 people this time. Daoist Ling Xiao said. This line wasn't easy to find. The old tree only found it by chance. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't find anyone else, so there was only one path. Therefore, the Emperor of Death's side would probably suffer heavy casualties. At most, 20 people would survive. But here came the problem. They had more than 50 people. Even if they had 5 blue beads, they could only protect 25 people at most. It seems that some of us will have to leave. Daoist Ling Xiao sighed. Not necessarily. We can catch up with the Emperor of Death's group and snatch the blue beads from them. Ren Jiyuan's eyes flashed as he sneered. The Emperor of Death's side obviously entered the danger zone without any preparation. Therefore, they might have less than 20 people. After all, Bu Kang was a little cold. Although he walked with the Emperor of Death's group, no one dared to approach him. He had wasted 4 people with the blue beads in his hand. Perhaps, we don't have to go through so much trouble. Yi Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wayward's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. You have an independent space. As long as we hide the others, we can all enter. At that moment, they directly selected 20 people. These people would be protected by the blue beads. As for the others, they would enter Yi Xian's space. If the Emperor of Death's group knew about this, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. They weren't prepared before, so some of them were squeezed out of the blue bead's effective range and exploded. But now, Yi Xian's side actually passed through without any casualties. It was simply a miracle. The rest of the journey was also ordinary. The Emperor of Death's side also stopped and waited for Yi Xian. They stopped. It seems that they have encountered some kind of obstacle and are waiting for us. Or perhaps they have encountered some kind of problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After reminding everyone, they continued on their way. Soon, they saw the Emperor of Death's group. They counted carefully. Apart from the Emperor of Death, the Netherworld Emperor, and Bu Kang, there were only 9 people. Chapter 1660. Originally, as long as the 4 blue pearls were used properly, they could protect 20 people. However, the Emperor of Death's people were very far away, and no one dared to approach Bu Kang. Damn it! The Emperor of Death cursed in his heart. They had only seen that warning line later. After those people passed through, there was no problem at first, but later on, they all exploded and died. Otherwise, their injuries wouldn't be so serious. If they fought now, they would most likely be wiped out. TSK, that's 12 people. Ren Jiyuan and the others' eyes lit up. However, now was not the time to fight because they all needed the blue pearls to protect them. How could they fight? Moreover, even if the Emperor of Death's side had fewer people, if they fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. Forget it. You're finally here. Hand over the blue pearls and open the door. The Emperor of Death reminded them. At this time, a large door appeared in front of them. There were 9 holes on the door for the blue pearls. Because everyone needed the blue pearls to protect them, they split into groups and stood next to the holes. Then, they put the blue pearls in. Boom! The door opened. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Behind the door was a world. How was this possible? Such abundant yuan qi, at least 10 times that of my life-sacred land. What is this place? Ren Xiong said in surprise. Could it be that this immortal sea palace is the passage to the immortal world, and we've already arrived at the immortal world? Daoist Ling Xiao was also confused. There was no more water behind the door, but there was a formation that prevented them from passing. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, a person suddenly flashed in from outside the door. His aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone. A peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. No, a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. Everyone immediately reacted. This person's aura was stronger than everyone present. He was actually a 4th tribulation scattered immortal. How many years has it been? Finally, someone found this place. The person who came was a young expert. He looked around and sighed. Fellow Daoist, is this the immortal world? The Buddhist Supreme asked curiously. Immortal world? The young man smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? This is just a space opened by immortals. It's called the immortal world. Immortal world? Immortal? Everyone was shocked. That's right. This isn't the immortal world. There's an immortal ascension platform in the depths of this small immortal world. That's the real passageway to the immortal world. However, this immortal ascension platform has been sealed off by the immortal world. That's why everyone can't ascend to the immortal world, the young man explained. I see. At this moment, everyone understood. Many people revealed helpless expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to find this place. They originally thought that they could ascend to the immortal world, but they didn't expect that it still wouldn't work. However, if it was impossible to ascend to the immortal realm, how did an immortal create a lesser immortal realm? The young man saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained, to be precise, this small immortal realm was created by 3 immortals. These 3 immortals came to this mortal world countless years ago and selected some people from various holy lands. After countless years of reproduction, this small immortal realm finally appeared. There are actually 3 true immortals. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They were real immortals. Even if they were only grade 1 immortals, they were still stronger than grade 3 immortals. If they were grade 3 immortals, they would be stronger than grade 9 immortals. Then why is the passageway to the immortal realm closed? Daoist Ling Xiao asked curiously. This, I don't know. I'm afraid that only those 3 immortals. The young man shook his head and continued, let's not talk about this. Next, you can enter the small immortal realm to cultivate, but once you enter, you won't be able to return in the future. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to, you can follow me back. As long as you gather the 9 pieces of the Sky-Split treasure map, you can enter again. Only allowed to enter, not leave. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The Emperor of Death's people were a little hesitant because they thought that this was the immortal realm. They didn't expect it to be a fake one. In the sacred land of death, the Emperor of Death could be called a king, but in this small immortal realm, he was probably at the bottom. However, the people of the life-sacred land weren't worried because Yi Xian had left an entrance to a cultivation space in the life-sacred land. They could return at any time. However, Yi Xian probably couldn't make it, but he didn't care. That clone was left to protect his life. You must have come in batches. If you put the 9 water avoidance pearls together, it'll be enough to protect hundreds of people. The young man suddenly grinned. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor of Death and the others changed. However, what was done was done. What was the use of regret? All right, think about it, said the young man. My lord, we choose to all enter the small immortal realm, said Daoist Ling Xiao. As for the Emperor of Death's people, they all nodded after a moment of thought. In that case, you can all enter. After saying this, the young man opened the formation and let them pass. Then, he led them to a mountain peak. You all wait here. I'm going to the outside world. No matter what grudges you have, wait until I return. After saying this, the young man couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, he reminded them, you're in luck. My Immortal Destiny sect's ancestor once set a rule. Anyone who obtains a Sky-Split treasure map and enters the small immortal realm can join the Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Destiny sect. When they heard this sect, they all revealed confused expressions. What level was this Immortal Destiny sect? The Immortal Destiny sect is a sect established by 3 immortals. It's also the strongest sect in the small immortal realm. They value fate. Since you're able to enter, it's fate. You all have the qualifications to join the Immortal Destiny sect, said the young man. The strongest sect in the small immortal realm? When they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. The Emperor of Death plucked up his courage and asked, what level of immortal are the 3 immortal patriarchs of the Immortal Destiny sect? I don't know the details. However, they're at least level 5 immortals. In the small immortal realm, they're already invincible, answered the young man. If they were to convert, a 3 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 1 immortal, A 6 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 2 immortal, and a 9 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 3 immortal. Level 5 immortals were already beyond the range of loose immortals. In the small immortal realm, they were indeed invincible. After all, there were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. In that case, the strength of the immortal destiny sect was beyond their imagination. Chapter 1661. After speaking, the youth left. He was going to the outside world to split the sky-piercing treasure map into 9 pieces and wait for the next batch of fated people. Because of the youth's words, the 2 sides did not dare to leave, let alone attack. The Life Saint sect had 20 people. They could have carried 25 people, but because it was safe, only 20 came. They did not expect to have such an opportunity. What a loss. However, this was a big secret for Yi Xian, so they did not dare to let him out. They would wait until everyone joined the Immortal Destiny sect. However, there was no news of the youth after he left. Yi Xian's group of 32 people stayed on the mountain peak for 3 days. On the 4th day, a strange thing suddenly appeared in the sky. Look over there. A loose immortal from the Buddhist sect's holy land reminded. Everyone turned their heads in unison and discovered that a large object was moving towards them. What the hell was that? Everyone's heart sank because it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, Yi Xian was a little shocked when he saw it. Why did this thing look a little like a warship? Before they could react, 3 people suddenly jumped out of the warship, took out their weapons, and attacked them. They did not come with good intentions. Everyone subconsciously thought of this point and immediately raised 120% of their spirit. Because the newcomers were actually 3-4 tribulation loose immortals. What are you doing? Daoist Ling Xiao shouted. Didn't you see the pattern on our flying boat? We are the exploding flame bandits, a group of hotheads. The leader, a middle-aged man, coldly snorted and said, if you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured, lest we attack. Our exploding flame bandits has just been established. We are recruiting people, and those who join will be spared from death, someone on the side reminded. Flying boat, bandits. Everyone gulped. Their luck was really bad, encountering such a thing as soon as they entered. You 3, we are waiting for a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect, the Buddhist Supreme suddenly said. Immortal Destiny sect. When the 3 heard this, they could not help but look at each other, then burst out laughing at the same time. Immortal Destiny sect, are you kidding me? How could trash like you know a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect? The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly and said, looks like you don't know how to appreciate favors. Second brother, third brother, attack. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3-4 tribulation loose celestials rushed toward each other. Not good, let's go. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that the other party would not believe that they were related to the Immortal Destiny sect. This was going to be troublesome. Even though they have several 3rd tribulation loose immortals on their side, the enemy is 3/4 tribulation loose immortals. They cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian scanned the airship with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were a large number of itinerant immortals in the airship. Oh no, there are at least 10 4th tribulation loose immortals and 5th tribulation loose immortals in that flying boat. Yi Xian could not help but shout. Hearing this, everyone trembled violently. 10 4th rank loose immortals and 5 tribulation loose immortals, how were they supposed to fight? The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor looked at each other and made a decision. We're in. I'm in too. The 2 of them shouted in unison. However, Bu Kang, who was nearby, quickly turned around and left. He was so fast that even the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals were stunned. Very good, it's time for you to make a contribution. The middle-aged man in the lead grinned. The people from the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor immediately rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Damn it! Daoist Ling Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. However, they had a plan, which was to temporarily join the exploding flame bandits. We're in too. They had no choice but to shout in unison. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to join them. I, Yi Xian, don't like to leave my life in the hands of others. Farewell. Yi Xian shouted angrily. Then, he used the Eye of the Void and entered the portal. In the small celestial realm, the Eye of the Void was useless. However, the Eye of the Void was at the celestial level, so it was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Swoosh. The portal closed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. To be able to leave the small celestial realm, this kid is quite capable. Where did he go? Asked the middle-aged man in the lead. My lord, we don't know. We're not familiar with him. We just ran into him on the way, Daoist Ling Xiao immediately said. This was what Yi Xian had asked him to say before he left. He wanted the Life Emperor and the Supreme Buddha Emperor to sever all ties with him. If it was just a 4-tribulation loose immortal, then Yi Xian would be able to fight. However, after using the Eye of Insight to observe for a moment, he discovered that not only was there a 5-tribulation loose immortal overseeing the flying ship, this flying ship was also not so easy to deal with. There was a powerful weapon on the airship. If the exploding flame bandits wanted to kill them, they could just activate the weapon and blast them to smithereens. Therefore, Yi Xian could only leave. He had already returned to the entrance of the small celestial realm. Although this place was very close to the scene of the incident, at least he would not be discovered by those people. Damn it, something like this happened as soon as we entered. Let's retreat. Wei Zhentian, wait here for that immortal destiny sect disciple. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and left in the opposite direction. What he feared the most was that the Death Emperor and the Underworld Emperor would reveal everything about him. He just didn't know when that immortal destiny sect disciple would return. A year was nothing to a 1,000-year-old monster like him. Yi Xian was afraid that the immortal destiny sect disciple would only return after a month or two. Fortunately, Yi Xian had left a death warrant on Ren Xiong and Daoist Ling Xiao. As for the other three, they were on the Death Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and Bu Kang. That Bu Kang is quite capable. He actually managed to escape. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh when he sensed that the target of the death warrant was getting farther and farther away. As for the others, they were probably caught and thrown into the airship and left at an extremely fast speed. That airship is really too tough. Even if all of us attacked together, it would be difficult to break a hole in it, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Wei Wood suddenly asked in the planted space, Yi Xian, what happened? After entering the small celestial realm, we encountered a group of bandits. Your father, grandfather, and the others were caught and became bandits. Yi Xian said helplessly. Damn, so unlucky. Wei Wood couldn't help but curse. Then what should we do? I'll follow and take a look, Yi Xian said. However, that airship was probably 10 times faster than him. It wouldn't be that easy to follow. Chapter 1662. It's been there for half a day. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered the location and continued to chase after it. He was following the Death Hunt command, but at this time, the flying ship had been in the same position for more than half a day and had not moved. He did not know what it was doing. However, it took Yi Xian more than 2 days to get there. He was very close to the targets of the Death Hunt command. So it's Bandit Mountain. The airship is still there. Yi Xian scanned the Bandit Mountain with his eye of revelation. He found that most of the people there were bodiless immortals. Some of them were even undergoing tribulation. However, the Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were controlled together. As for the people on the side of the Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor, they were successfully integrated into the bandit group. Birds of a feather flock together. The exploding flame bandits have just been established. There's a 5th tribulation bodiless immortal in the airship and another in the Bandit Mountain. There are 24th tribulation bodiless immortals and close to 103rd tribulation bodiless immortals, Yi Xian thought to himself. An ordinary person would have been scared to death. However, this was an opportunity for Yi Xian. He was only an early 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal. Other than Luo Luo, who was a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were about the same. Therefore, if he could rob the exploding flame bandits, he would definitely be able to break through. However, the airship had not left yet. The exploding flame bandits were too powerful. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait. After waiting here for half a day, the flying ship finally moved. The exploding flame bandits took turns to patrol. They would capture anyone they saw and kill anyone who did not agree to join them. This time, those who stayed in the Bandit Mountain were the ones that Yi Xian had met before. However, the Emperor of Death and the others had left in the airship. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. An hour after the flying boat left, he finally made his move. There were many bandits on this Bandit Mountain, so Yi Xian used a controlling method. Using the Eye of the Soul, he could control at least 50 rogue immortals of the same level. At the same level, he was at the early stage of the third tribulation, scattered immortal. As for Luo Luo, because she was reborn as a demon, she no longer knew how to charm people. The reason why Yi Xian didn't use his Eye of Soul earlier was because he couldn't control the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals when they came out of the flying boat. The difference between a 3 tribulation loose immortal and a 4 tribulation loose immortal was not 1 stage, but 3. The Old Tree was the fastest. He took the lead and rushed in. Along the way, he dealt with a few 1st and 2nd tribulation loose immortals. I'm afraid this battle won't be that easy. I might as well use that devouring point. With that in mind, Yi Xian added the devouring points he had obtained to the immortal slaying bloodline's mark of slaughter. However, the effect of this devouring point was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The mark of slaughter, which could be used 3 times a day, couldn't be used consecutively. In other words, he couldn't use the immortal slaying breath strike 3 times at once. However, he could use it after leveling up once. Haha, come on. Yi Xian raised his brows and directly used the slaughter seal. Moreover, he used it 3 times in a row. 2 marks of slaughter could summon an immortal slaying puppet. Come out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a sage-like old man appeared beside him. This old man carried a long sword on his back. An immortal slaying puppet. This immortal slaying puppet was 1 stage higher than Yi Xian. It was a mid-stage 3rd tribulation loose immortal and had leveled up once because of the mark of slaughter. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the immortal slaying puppet. The immortal slaying puppet instantly shot out at a speed no slower than the Old Tree. After consuming 2 marks of slaughter, the immortal slaying puppet's strength was not to be underestimated. It was no weaker than the Old Tree. In an instant, there were countless corpses at the foot of Bandit Mountain. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, the immortal slaying puppet, and the peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal Luo Luo all charged in. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian still had a mark of slaughter on him. As long as he killed, he could form another mark of slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, the 2nd mark of slaughter was formed. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could summon another immortal slaying puppet. However, Yi Xian kept the 2 marks of slaughter. If he could form 3 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying breath slash. If he could form 4 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slashing arrow. If he was lucky enough to get 5 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying sword formation. There were many people in Bandit Mountain. There were at least 500 of them. If he killed all of them, he could get at least 4 marks of slaughter. However, it was not easy. A strong enemy is coming. Then, all the 4th tribulation loose immortals moved out. After all, no one below the 4th tribulation loose immortal realm could withstand Luo Luo's punch. At this time, Yi Xian had already controlled many bandits and was ready to kill a few 4th tribulation loose immortals. It's you. At this time, a familiar voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw the 3 4th tribulation loose immortals. Good. Let's get rid of them first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gave the order. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian all moved out and used their trump cards. Luo Luo transformed into the heavenly loathing fox. 9 dragons sky roaring attack. Sword blade storm. Undying fighting soul. Heavenly flame right. Under all kinds of big moves, the three of them had to resist with all their strength. Unfortunately, Old Tree and the others could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. Ding. The host's killing intent has increase. In an instant, the three of them were killed. The three of them were only early fourth tribulation loose immortals. There was not much difference in their cultivation levels. After the three of them died, they gave Yi Xian a lot of killing intent. In addition to the immortal slaying puppets and the people controlled by Yi Xian condensed the third slaughter mark. At this time, Yi Xian could choose to increase his combat strength by 3 times or use the immortal slaying breath strike. However, there was still a fifth tribulation loose immortal in Bandit Mountain. Therefore, he felt that he should wait. After all, as long as the system determined that he was in a battle, the slaughter mark would not disappear. Chapter 1663. Who is being impudent? Finally, an aged voice drowned out all the sounds of battle and entered Yi Xian's ears. The main character had finally appeared. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a burly man flying out of Bandit Mountain. This aura was indeed that of a fifth tribulation scattered immortal. This person was none other than the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial that Yi Xian had seen in the swift boat earlier. However, Yi Xian had already obtained a large number of interspatial rings. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the middle stage of the third tribulation scattered immortal. Ding. Embers of Thunderfire made a breakthrough. He is now at the middle stage of third tribulation scattered immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. A series of system notifications rang out. The strength of Yi Xian and the others immediately soared. Because of the difference in their realms, Yi Xian couldn't figure out the strength of this burly man. Was he an early 5th tribulation loose immortal or a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal? If it was an early stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be able to deal with it. However, if it was a peak stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gap between them would be huge. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, you guys deal with him, Yi Xian immediately said. These 3 people could be resurrected indefinitely, so Yi Xian was very assured. As for the immortal slaying puppet and Luo, as well as the bandits controlled by Yi Xian, they continued to reap the lives of others. Luo, who had transformed into her true form as a sky-loath fox, was extremely powerful. Although she was only a peak third tribulation scattered immortal, she could manipulate the surrounding heaven and earth elemental chi to strengthen her attacks. Heavenly flame right. One fireball after another smashes down from the sky. This power is enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th tribulation loose immortal. You actually dare to cause trouble for my exploding flame bandits. You're courting death. The brawny man was also enraged and attacked with all his might. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone Old Tree and the other 2. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain, Blade Storm. Even though Yi Xian doesn't think this kind of attack can kill this 5th tribulation loose immortal, but it can at least stall for some time before leaving. At this moment, Yi Xian was approaching Daoist Ling Xiao. Eye of Assassination. After reaching a certain distance, Yi Xian arrived in front of Daoist Ling Xiao in a flash. Yi Xian. Daoist Ling Xiao and the others were very surprised. They had been tricked by the Death Emperor, so they were controlled by the bandits. Let's not talk about that for now. Come in first. Without another word, Yi Xian directly put Daoist Ling Xiao, Supreme Buddha, Ren Jiyuan, and the others into the planting space. Then, he broke through the void and came to Luo's side. At this moment, Bandit Mountain was already littered with corpses. No, there were countless walking corpses. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor, a middle stage 3rd tribulation loose immortal, directly revived those who were weaker than him and joined the battle. From the beginning, they had the upper hand. And when Yi Xian went to rescue her, Luo actually killed a 4th tribulation middle stage expert by herself. That was too terrifying. After all, she was fighting 1 against 3. It's about time. Just a little more and it will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he joined Luoluo's battle. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could increase his combat power by 3 times at any time. But what he wanted was 4 slaughter seals. Soon, the bandits in Bandit Mountain either ran away or were killed and turned into Ghost Dome Grand Emperor's battle corpses. Then, Yi Xian and the others' cultivation level increased again, reaching the peak of 3rd Tribulation Loose Immortal. At this moment, there were not many enemies left in Bandit Mountain. As for the 5th Tribulation Loose Immortal, he was also held back by Old Tree and the others. He could not be killed, nor could he escape. It was too miserable. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this moment, a system notification sounded suddenly. Finally, there were 4 slaughter seals. I don't care if you're a 5th Tribulation Loose Immortal at the early stage or peak stage. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly used 4 slaughter seals to condense a celestial eliminating arrow. The target of the celestial eliminating arrow was the target of the death hunting order, which was the burly man. Whoosh! In an instant, the celestial eliminating arrow pierced through the air. Its speed was so fast that the burly man was shocked. Oh no! The burly man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, this celestial eliminating arrow was no small matter. It was a tracking arrow, and this time, Yi Xian was aiming at the burly man's head. If it did not hit the target, the celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear. In addition, the celestial eliminating arrow was condensed by Yi Xian after his breakthrough. Its power was not that simple. Whoosh! The celestial eliminating arrow was very fast, but the first time, it pierced the burly man's afterimage. Originally, the burly man could not do anything to Old Tree and the others. Now, with the addition of the celestial eliminating arrow, it was even more difficult. Not only that, but the immortal slaying puppet, Luoluo, and dozens of experts also came to help. At this moment, the burly man was like a turtle in a jar. Even if he had wings, he could not escape. Damn it, if the flying boat was here, I would kill you with 1 blow. The burly man cursed angrily in his heart. This explosive flame bandits was built by him single-handedly. The flying boat was also built by him personally. It was a pseudo-immortal artifact with extremely strong attack power. It was a pity that the flying boat had gone out to travel. Soon, the burly man became very passive under the besiegement of the crowd. At this moment, the celestial eliminating arrow suddenly whistled over. In desperation, the burly man could only raise his hand to block. Poof! The celestial eliminating arrow easily pierced through the burly man's arm and then into his head. Fortunately, the burly man's physique was relatively strong. The celestial eliminating arrow only pierced less than half a finger into his head. The celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear until it hit the target. Because the burly man's physique was strong, this blow did not kill the burly man. However, Yi Xian's lips slightly curled up. Celestial eliminating arrow, explode. Bang! This celestial eliminating arrow that almost killed the burly man suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the slaughter seal's advancement. Although the power was not strong, it still made the burly man dizzy. This also bought time for the others. Immortal slaying sword technique. 9 dragons thunder flash. Sword blade storm. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. Soul hooking claw. Void flame sword wave. The attacks of the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhantian, Luoluo, the immortal slaying puppet, and Yi Xian all landed on the burly man. In an instant, the burly man was directly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over and took the burly man's interspatial ring. Yi Xian did not know the identity of the burly man, but as one of the 2-5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials of the explosive flame bandits, he must be very rich. If these things were given to Yi Xian just now, it would be enough for him to break through twice. However, Yi Xian was currently at the peak of the 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, so it was not enough for him to shorten the time to break through to 0. He still had about 50 years. Chapter 1664. Now that I'm in the lesser immortal realm, I don't have the sacred leader token and can't merge with my clone. It won't be that easy to increase my chances of passing the tribulation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and exchanged for some supreme-grade glass, cultivating his vitreous treasure body to the 9th stage. His chances of passing the tribulation had reached 90%. He estimated that as long as he could devour as much as he could, he would have a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Now that the burly man was dead, Yi Xian had taken over the entire Bandit Mountain. As for the 50 itinerant immortals, Yi Xian had thrown them all into the plant dimension. The plant dimension was his domain. Even if a 5th tribulation cultivator entered, Yi Xian could kill them with a thought. As long as I kill everyone in that airship, I'll be able to pass the tribulation. Yi Xian thought to himself. Luo Luo had been stuck at peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal for a long time. As long as Yi Xian broke through, she could continue cultivating. Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the airship. On the flying boat, there was also the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor. These two people had been ordered by Yi Xian to die. However, the airship was very fast. Even Yi Xian, who had broken through to peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal, couldn't move as fast as a 5th of it. Fortunately, Yi Xian had obtained the airship's route from the burly man's interspatial ring after he'd slaughtered the exploding flame bandits. Thus, he simply circled to the front of the airship and waited quietly. As expected, the airship rapidly approached Yi Xian a day later. "All right, come out the bait." Yi Xian released a portion of the 50 people he'd controlled and changed his appearance to blend into the crowd. Then, he watched helplessly as the flying boat approached. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The airship tore through the air and stopped in front of the group of people. Catcher. The cabin door of the flying boat suddenly opened, and several people came out from inside. The one in the lead was an old man. "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" The old man clearly recognized the people controlled by Yi Xian and asked curiously. "My lord, this is bad. Our territory has been taken over by a powerhouse. Our leader has fallen." A peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal replied. "What? Our leader has fallen?" The old man was shocked and hurriedly said, "You, come in." He didn't hesitate and led Yi Xian and the others into the airship. Yi Xian had fallen into the tiger's den. Inside the airship, the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Great Emperor were already on good terms with the group of bandits. This time, they had made a lot of contributions. However, as soon as Yi Xian entered the airship, he immediately activated Eye of Soul S Soul. Controls successful control. Success ST Control SA. Few system notifications sounded out in succession. The Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor were directly controlled by Yi Xian. The hatred in their hearts instantly vanished. What happened? It Yes. Second leader, this is bad. Something has happened to our home, the old man said anxiously. What happened? The second leader asked in surprise. Then, the representative controlled by Yi Xian immediately described the situation. Of course, this was a made-up story. A mysterious powerhouse killed our big brother after dozens of rounds of battle. The second leader's eyes flashed. His big brother was a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, one realm higher than him. However, such a powerhouse was killed within 100 rounds of battle. His opponent was at least a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, or even a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, he was the one controlling the airship now. If he drove it back, he could seriously injure a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal with his full strength. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The second leader was furious. He immediately drove the airship back to his home at full speed. During this time, Yi Xian used the Eye of Control to control more than 20 people. Although he only had 50 people, more than 20 people were trapped in the planting space, so he could continue to control them. Now, these 50 people were all on the airship, and 15 of them were 3rd tribulation itinerant immortals. In addition, the explosive flame bandits had 7 4th tribulation itinerant immortals and the second leader, a 5th tribulation itinerant immortal. Now that the slaughter seal has leveled up, I can use it 3 times in a row, which allows me to use the immortal slaying breath strike instantly. However, it's better to use the slaughter mode directly to increase my strength by 3 times, and then use the unicorn descent to trample him to death. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the power of the unicorn descent after its strength was increased by 3 times was too strong. He was afraid that it would damage the airship. It seemed that he had to play some tricks. The airship had not flown for long when it suddenly made a cracking sound, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look and found that the cabin door of the airship was suddenly opened. Then, someone directly attacked and killed the bandits around. What's going on? Everyone was very puzzled, but before they could react, these murderers had already rushed out. ****, catch them. Immediately, some 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals chased after them, but what awaited them were the Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Every 4th Tribulation itinerant immortal was killed. At the same time, many people rushed out, and the entire airship was suddenly empty. When the second leader who was driving the airship heard the commotion, he could not help but stop and rush out. There was a restriction on the airship, and only he and the first leader knew how to collect it. However, the moment he left the airship suddenly disappeared. What? The second leader was shocked. Before he could react, he was greeted by the unicorn descent. Before that, Yi Xian had used the slaughter seal 3 times and used it all to increase his strength. 3 times. The unicorn descent. Boom. With just 1 kick, the second leader was seriously injured by the unicorn descent. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. At this time, the unicorn descent's second kick landed. Bam. The second kick landed on the second leader and killed him directly. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian launched the 3rd unicorn descent. This time, the target was 2 4th Tribulation itinerant immortals standing together. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, there were only 5 experts left in the explosive flame bandits. Soon, under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, they were all killed. This time, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, and most importantly, the airship. However, the airship was not important for the time being. There were more important things to do next. Ding. The host's success rate is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? Chapter 1665. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Not only that, but the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Luo Luo also flew far away and underwent tribulation at the same time. 4 consecutive crossings. Boom. 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding. The host has passed the 3rd tribulation of itinerant celestial. The host is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding. Luo Luo has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial tribulation. She is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding. Ember of Thunderfire has passed the 3rd tribulation of scattered immortal tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered immortal tribulation. Ding. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial realm. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early stage 4 tribulation scattered celestial. In addition, the unicorn descent that he had just used had also been restored after devouring so many corpses. The bandits controlled by Yi Xian were all dumbfounded. Even if they were released now, they probably wouldn't dare to betray Yi Xian. When he was a peak 3 tribulation loose celestial, he had already killed a 5 tribulation loose celestial. Now that he had broken through to a 4 tribulation loose celestial, his strength had improved qualitatively. Then, Yi Xian took out the flying ship and went in to check. The energy source of the flying boat was rather complicated. It was just throwing natural treasures into the incinerator. At this moment, the energy in the flying boat was estimated to be enough for the flying boat to launch 3 full-powered attacks. However, he did not know how powerful the flying boat was. Now that he had saved the person and dealt with the exploding flame bandits, all that was left was to wait for the Immortal Destiny Sect disciple to return. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the entrance of the outside world, but the door was still closed. Previously, when I summoned Wei Zhentian to battle, I wonder if that Immortal Destiny Sect disciple has returned or is wandering around the outside world. Yi Xian felt a bit of a headache, so he sent his second clone to roam around the various sacred grounds to see if he could find that Immortal Destiny Sect disciple. With his current strength as a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, even a peak 3rd Tribulation Bodiless Celestial would not be a match for him. Simply put, the 4 great holy lands in the outside world were all under his control. He was the master of the outside world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find that Immortal Destiny Sect disciple. It seemed that the other party had returned while he was fighting with the exploding flame bandits. When he saw them leave, he also left. My luck is really bad. It wasn't easy to find the Heavenspan treasure map. I thought it would lead to the immortal world, but it turned out to be a small immortal world. Originally, I could have joined the most powerful Immortal Destiny Sect, but I encountered bandits. Although I managed to escape, I also lost my chance. Willful said helplessly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our luck is indeed bad, but that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. As long as we can get to the Immortal Destiny Sect, we might still be able to join, Yi Xian said. That's right, but we still don't know the location of the Immortal Destiny Sect. Daoist Ling Xiao said. There's no need to rush. Seniors, you can cultivate in my space for now. You can also go back and take a look at any time. I'll be in charge of the journey, Yi Xian said. Thank you. Daoist Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Currently, Yi Xian's realm was the highest among them, and his strength was also the strongest. Coupled with the fact that they had the airship to travel, it wouldn't take long. However, before that, those itinerant immortals who had been suppressed for countless years also began to undergo tribulation. In the outside world, they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so they couldn't undergo tribulation. However, in this small immortal world, it was possible. Immediately, Daoist Ling Xiao, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Jiyuan, and the other itinerant immortals began to undergo tribulation. Although they didn't have the Holy Leader token, their strength was also extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulations. As for the Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the others, they had already been killed by Yi Xian, so the threat was resolved. Next, he would go to the city to find out the location of the Immortal Destiny Sect. It would be best if there was a teleportation formation. Previously, he had annihilated an entire bandit group, so he naturally had a map of this area. At this time, the closest place to them was a place called Wildfire City. Immediately, Yi Xian steered the airship and rushed toward Wildfire City. The airship was very fast and could save a lot of time. However, at the same time, it was too big of a target. On the second night of Yi Xian's journey to Burning Field City, he actually encountered another flying boat. How dare you intercept me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the airship with his eye of revelation. He discovered that there were more than 100 people in the airship. At the same time, there were 3 5th Tribulation itinerant immortals. However, they were only early 5th Tribulation itinerant immortals. Sir. At this time, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the airship. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian also formed an illusory figure. However, he did not reveal his true appearance. What's the matter? Yi Xian asked. Who are you? The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked in surprise. Who are you? Yi Xian asked in return. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked, Isn't this airship from the explosive flame bandits? Those who can control this airship are either the first leader or the second leader. Who are you? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He did not expect the middle-aged man with a scar to know the 2 leaders of the explosive flame bandits. He subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other party was also from a bandit group. I'm the 3rd leader of the explosive flame bandits, Yi Qian. Why are you looking for my 2 brothers? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. I see. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes. He could not help but smile. Rumor has it that the airship of the explosive flame bandits has amazing offensive power. It's a rare offensive airship. If we can seize it, our strength will increase greatly. He thought for a moment and was just about to speak when he saw a huge fireball flying towards their flying boat. Yi Xian had launched an attack. What? The middle-aged man with a scar was shocked. Before he could react, the huge fireball had already landed on his airship. He did not expect Yi Xian to take the initiative to attack. TSK, TSK, TSK. Since it's a bandit group, let's seize it. In the airship, Yi Xian grinned. This was the first time he launched an attack. Although it cost him a lot of energy, this attack was undeniably powerful. Boom. The huge fireball smashed into the airship the middle-aged man with a scar was on, directly smashing a huge hole in it. It was so powerful. What? My airship is a defensive airship. The other party actually broke through its defense with one blow? How is this possible? The middle-aged man with a scar realized that the situation was not good. The airship was his second home. There were various defensive formations on it. Even if it was an airship that was a grade higher than his, it would not be able to break through in one blow. However, the airship of the explosive flame bandits did it. Chapter 1666. Let's try again. Yi Xian activated the explosive flame flying ship again. The bow of the ship bloomed like a flower petal, and then a second huge fireball blasted out. There were 3 layers of attack formations in this flying ship, 2 more than the enemy. It was almost invincible among those of the same level. Damn it, they want to fight to the death. In that case, let's do it. The scar-faced middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and he also launched an attack. At the same time, the experts in the flying ship rushed out crazily and attacked Yi Xian's flying ship. Boom. Boom. The 2 flying shuttles exchanged attacks. This time, the scar-faced middle-aged man's flying ship was directly damaged, while Yi Xian's flying ship was not seriously damaged. When the experts saw this, they immediately attacked the gap in the flying ship, but without exception, they could not break through the defense. How is this possible? Our combined attack can't break through the defense. This is clearly an attack-type flying ship. How can it have such a strong defense? Was it made by a famous expert? Run, the flying ship is aiming at us. Before they could react, the third huge fireball blasted out. Even the defensive flying ship of the scar-faced middle-aged man could not resist this fireball attack, let alone the 3 and 4 tribulation itinerant immortals. In an instant, this attack killed nearly 100 itinerant immortals. It was terrifying. Big brother, run. This flying ship is too strange. We are no match for it. Where there is life, there is hope. The other 2 5 tribulation itinerant immortals were persuading the scar-faced middle-aged man. When the scar-faced middle-aged man saw his flying ship, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the enemy's flying ship's powerful attack and defense, he could only turn around. TSK, it's too late to run now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He poured out a large amount of heavenly treasures and let the flying ship burn. In an instant, he replenished the energy for 2 attacks. At the same time, the 3 from Old Tree had already moved out to stall the other 3. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly attacked. A huge fireball smashed toward the 6 from Old Tree. What? Do you want to perish together? The scarred middle-aged man was shocked. While the 6 of them were fighting, the flaming flying ship launched an attack. Was it trying to kill its own people? However, how would they know that the Old Tree trio had always been a suicide squad? They had already died countless times, so this was nothing. Boom. The huge fireball engulfed the 6 of them. Ding. Ashen Thunderfire has died. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has died. Ding. Wei Zhentian has died. 6 system notifications rang out consecutively. The 3 players from the Old Tree had died and revived beside Yi Xian. At the same time, just as the fireball was about to hit him, Yi Xian had already formed the Eye of Nature and enveloped his opponent's interspatial ring. On the other side, The bandits who were still alive immediately dispersed. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At that moment, Old Tree and the other two rushed out again and finished off all the bandits. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this battle. Although he had wasted a lot of heaven and earth treasures, he had gained more heaven and earth treasures and tested the attack power of the flaming flying ship. In one word, it was strong. However, at this moment, ding! The flaming flying ship is damaged. The damage is 3%. Does the host want to repair it? Yes. Then, another system notification rang out. Ding! The flaming flying ship is repaired. The host has activated the flying ship system. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He actually activated a new system. He immediately checked the flying ship system. The flaming flying ship was a false immortal level 5 flying ship in the flying ship system. It was level 5 in terms of attack power, defense power, and mobility. However, Yi Xian had just gotten the flaming flying ship and did not know much about the flying ship, so he did not know how high level 5 was. The flying ship system could use ores to upgrade the flying ship's level. Not only that, but it could also use ores as energy. In the future, there would be no need for heaven and earth treasures. It was more economical. Not only that, but Yi Xian also had the ability to control the flying ship remotely. There would be no need for someone to control it from inside. Ores again. I'm in need of them, Yi Xian sighed. If he had ores, he could strengthen the flaming flying ship. Young master, there's someone. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. Yi Xian withdrew his mind and turned his head to look. He saw a figure looking at them from afar. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was indeed a little difficult for him to deal with an expert of this level. However, Old Tree and the others had already packed up the items and sent them to the flying ship. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He's currently a mid-stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian was more confident. After all, he still had many trump cards. Oh right, the flying ship that was shot down is also a considerable amount of income. It can be used to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked Old Tree to collect the items. At the same time, he condensed an illusory figure and said, Your Excellency, why are you stopping here? The young-looking 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in front glanced at the flying ship and thought to himself, this is an all-around flying ship made by a master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion. An all-around flying ship was very rare. It included attack, defense, and speed. He glanced at Old Tree, who went to collect the wreckage of the flying ship, and said, Your Excellency, are you willing to buy this flying ship? You want to buy the flaming flying ship? Hearing this, Yi Xian paused for a moment and then replied directly, Sorry, no. What a joke. This flying ship's combat power was very strong. It was several times stronger than the one that was destroyed. Now that he had activated the flying ship system, what should he use? It just so happened that Old Tree had already brought back the wreckage of the flying ship just now. Ding! The wreckage of the flying ship can increase one attribute of the flaming flying ship. The host can choose to upgrade attack, defense, and speed. Upgrade attack. Yi Xian answered without thinking. Defense was useless because he could use it to repair himself. Speed was used for traveling. It was not very useful in battle, so he could only use attack. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack has been successfully upgraded. Now, the flaming flying ship's attack power had been upgraded to level 6, and its defense and speed were both level 5. Your Excellency, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. The young man said. Oh, then tell me. Chapter 1667. However, after the young man finished speaking, Yi Xian's face darkened. Although the price was not bad, it was only enough to buy the flying boat that he had just shot down. What kind of joke was this? Since you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Yi Xian snorted and was about to leave. Wait. The young man suddenly stopped Yi Xian and said, I'm flattering you by paying for your flying boat. Don't be so shameless. Oh, I don't want your respect. What can you do to me? Yi Xian's voice came from the flying boat. Hearing this, the young man's face changed and he immediately drew his long sword. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the flying boat. Why don't you try? You're courting death. The young man was furious and attacked directly. Whoosh! A beam of cyan swordlight pierced through the air and directly slashed at the bloodflame flying ship. However, what was surprising was that his attack only left a small mark on the flying boat. How was it possible that the attack of a 6 tribulation scattered immortal could not break the flying boat's defense? I don't believe it. The young man's eyes widened. This time, he attacked with all his strength. Clear sky white sun slash. Whoosh. The attack this time was at least 5 times stronger than before. However, this attack power was not much stronger than the attack of the middle-aged man with the flying boat just now. Bang! When the sword light dissipated, the bloodflame flying ship was only slightly damaged. The degree of damage was less than 3%. A 6 tribulation scattered immortal is not that strong. In the flying boat, Yi Xian sneered. However, he would not let the young man continue to attack. After all, the super-devouring crystal was needed to repair the flying boat. Old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The moment the young man attacked, he had already sentenced the young man to death. How dare he set his eyes on him? So what if he was a 6 tribulation scattered immortal? After Old Tree and the other two received the order, they immediately attacked with all their strength. 9 dragons sky roaring strike. Heaven-shattering flowing rock slash. In addition, there was also Yi Xian's immortal slaying puppet. It was using the immortal slaying sword technique to attack the young man. Their attacks were not weak, which made the young man a little dumbfounded. It's really rare for a few 4th tribulation loose immortals to have such offensive power. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. Although these attacks were strong, his realm was still there. It was not so easy to hurt him. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, but the young man actually managed to block all of the attacks. However, the best part was yet to come. Explosive flame attack. The young man suddenly felt a scorching heat. He immediately turned his head and saw a huge fireball smashing towards him. The offensive ability of the exploding flame flying ship had been improved. It was now 1 level stronger than before. The young man clearly hadn't expected this, but he didn't have the ability to avoid it, so he could only block it. However, the attack this time was so powerful that even Old Tree and the others who had broken through were turned into ashes. Old Tree and the other two shared Yi Xian's auxiliary bloodline and had the fire resistance of the immortal Phoenix bloodline. Even so, they were burned to death. It was obvious how powerful the exploding flame flying ship was. Even so, the young man still managed to block it. However, at this time, not only were his clothes destroyed, even his skin was burnt. At least 80% of his skin was burnt. An ordinary 6th tribulation loose immortal would have died from this attack, but he managed to survive it. However, he was already at the end of his strength. Only now did he realize that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Immediately, his expression changed, and he turned to leave. Haha, run. Can you outrun the flying ship? Yi Xian grinned, then controlled the flying ship and swept in front of the young man. As the exploding flame flying ship's level increased, it consumed more energy. Yi Xian estimated that he could only fire 2 more shots. After that, the exploding flame flying ship could only fly. However, 2 shots were enough to kill the young man. You're so cruel. You even killed your own people. The young man's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. Who said they're dead? Suddenly, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian appeared in front of him. At this time, a word flashed in his mind. Unscathed. How is this possible? The young man was shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Tree, and the other two continued to attack. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain, Grip of the Underworld, Exploding Flame Attack. 2 powerful control skills restrained the severely injured young man, and he once again took the exploding flame flying ship's attack head-on. This time, he couldn't block it and died instantly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, and Yi Xian received a large amount of killing intent. A 6 Tribulation Scattered Celestial must have a lot of wealth. Yi Xian immediately took the young man's interspatial ring personally. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he devoured the items. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a Peak 4 Tribulation Scattered Celestial. Ding! The Embers of Thunderfire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a Peak 4 Tribulation Scattered Celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a Peak 4 Tribulation Scattered Celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a Peak 4 Tribulation Scattered Celestial. Yi Xian devoured all the items inside and left some for Luo Luo, who was cultivating in the planting space. As for the rest, he used it to strengthen the flying ship. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's speed level has increased. When the 2 system notifications sounded, Yi Xian glanced at the flying ship system and found that the flying ship's level had also increased. Its attack, defense, speed, and level had all increased. This flying ship alone could probably defeat an ordinary 6 Tribulation Scattered Celestial. Awesome. This time, he also made a lot of money. First, he got rid of a bandit group, and then a 6 Tribulation Scattered Celestial came to die. Next, he would go to Wildfire City to find out about the overlord of the small celestial realm, the Immortal Fate Sect. Along the way, he encountered many flying ships, but their levels were not high. Even he could easily destroy a level 3 or level 4 flying ship. However, he didn't know who the people on the flying ships were, so he didn't kill the innocent, unless someone came to provoke him. 2 days later, he finally arrived at Wildfire City. This small celestial realm was different from other places. There was actually a stop for flying ships. Although the exploding flame flying ship looked simple, it was very fast. It was obviously not a simple ship. Chapter 1668. This flying boat is at least grade 5. The owner is only a Peak 4 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. He must have a powerful background. That's right. Even a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal might not be able to own a flying boat like this. Hey! There's a symbol on the flying boat. Is it a bandit group? Looks like this kid got the flying boat from a bandit group. He's pretty lucky. The people around them discussed among themselves. However, there were some who were more observant. Their eyes lit up when they saw the structure next to the flying boat. The wings of this flying boat are identical to the model of Grandmaster Tianbao in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Is this flying boat made by Grandmaster Tianbao? An old man's eyes lit up. Even if the flying boat made by Grandmaster Tianbao was not of a high grade, many experts would fight to buy it for their collection. In other words, this flying boat was priceless. However, Yi Xian did not know this. He had already put away the flying boat. Then, he led Willful and the others into Wildfire City to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. This was their first time entering a city in the small celestial realm, so they wanted to visit. Yi Xian also wanted to buy another flying boat as a gift. Wildfire City was not a powerful city. The city lord was only a Peak 6 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal, so his strength was not bad. There was no hurry to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian took Willful and the others to have a taste of the food in the small immortal realm. According to the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect, when the 3 immortals descended to the mortal world, they first selected a group of people from the various sacred lands before establishing the small immortal realm. Therefore, the residents in the small immortal realm were actually from the outside world. Damn! A 4 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal beast was sliced and cooked. Willful and the others exclaimed in surprise in a restaurant in Wildfire City. When the people around them heard this, They could not help but look at them with disdain as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. However, with Yi Xian's cultivation base, they did not dare to say anything. However, when they were halfway through their meal, a 5 tribulation bodiless immortal suddenly approached them. "Everyone, the city lord invites you in," the 5 tribulation bodiless immortal said. "The city lord?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. "Sure, but we'll have to wait until we're done eating," Yi Xian said casually. Hearing this, the 5th tribulation loose celestial immediately became furious and shouted, "How dare you neglect the city lord's invitation? How dare you? Then I won't go." Yi Xian shrugged. Hearing this, Headstrong and the others broke out in cold sweat. Along the way, they had heard about the realm of the Wildfire City's city master. He was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, the #1 expert in Wildfire City. However, this realm was not enough to scare Yi Xian. "If that's the case, then I can only escort you there." The eyes of the 5th tribulation loose immortal flashed, looking like he was about to attack. He was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal, 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. How could he not be able to deal with him? However, he really couldn't do anything about it. "Looks like we can't finish eating. Let's go in first." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and then a strange energy enveloped Headstrong and the others. Then, Headstrong and the others were all taken into the planting space. The 3rd floor of the restaurant was emptied in an instant. The surrounding people were shocked, even the 5th tribulation loose immortal was shocked. How could the dozens of people suddenly disappear? Could it be that they were just illusions? That was impossible. The 5th tribulation loose immortal was shocked because he was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they couldn't hide from him. Before he could react, the sound of something breaking through the air attracted his attention. Yi Xian directly launched a sneak attack. The difference of 2 realms and the carelessness of the 5th tribulation loose immortal caused his head to be chopped off by Yi Xian. "I didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always comes to me. Die." After Yi Xian said coldly, he crushed the head. As for the interspatial ring of the opponent, it naturally fell into his pocket. Since such a thing happened, he couldn't stay in Wildfire City any longer. He had to leave immediately. Of course, there was a second way, which was to fight. "The people sent by the city lord were killed by me. This matter will probably spread to the city lord's ears soon. At that time, there will be experts, even 6th tribulation loose immortals, coming here." Yi Xian thought to himself, and quickly left Wildfire City. If he was slow, he wouldn't be able to leave. There was a formation in Wildfire City, so it was impossible to take out large things, so the flying boat was useless. If he was intercepted in the city, then it would be a tragedy. Outside, Yi Xian had the help of the exploding flame flying boat, which at least doubled his battle strength. Soon, Yi Xian left the city, but he didn't immediately leave with the exploding flame flying boat. Instead, he waited quietly outside the city. The exploding flame flying boat was already prepared. Because of the flying boat system, Yi Xian didn't need to personally control it. In addition, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhantian and Luo Luo were already in position in the planting space. Once the battle started, they would immediately join the battle. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, a group of city guards led by a middle-aged man walked out. A 6th tribulation loose immortal, 5 5th tribulation loose immortal, and more than 10 4th tribulation loose immortal. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, and immediately saw through the opponent's realm. These people probably couldn't withstand 2 attacks from the exploding flame-flying boat. "How dare you kill the city lord's subordinates in my Wildfire City? If you know what's good for you, then surrender," the middle-aged man leading the group said sternly. "You talk too much. You're courting death." Yi Xian shouted coldly, and directly released Old Tree and the other 2, and then attacked. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man leading the group of city guards shouted coldly, and directly led the group of city guards to attack. 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Attack. Old Tree directly used his ultimate move, and 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons rushed out, attacking the enemy. Insignificant skill. The middle-aged man leading the group snorted coldly, But his expression didn't look too good because he felt that this attack was no small matter. He estimated that even a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. Fortunately, he was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, so he took the lead to rush out and faced it head-on. However, because of this, he fell into the old tree's trap. After the 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons, there were 9 lightning and fire chains. After the middle-aged man defeated the heavenly dragons, the 9 lightning and fire chains were locked on his body. 1 on the neck, 2 on the arms, wrists, thighs, and calves, making a total of 9. The power of the lightning instantly paralyzed the 6th tribulation loose immortal. Humph, you want to trap me with this kind of little trick. The 6th tribulation loose immortal immediately circulated his vital energy to remove the paralysis effect. Chapter 1669. Not good. This time, his expression finally changed, but it was too late. This meteorite-like fireball had already arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This huge fireball directly engulfed him. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. This 6th tribulation loose immortal was slightly weaker than the previous youth. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was directly killed. His death shocked the others. Wasn't this flying ship's attack power a little too crazy? Before they could react, the second fireball had already arrived. Even if those people resisted with all their strength, they could not block this fireball's attack. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang out. This group of city guards was directly killed by Yi Xian, leaving only the Qian Kuan ring as a remnant. Those onlookers were already shocked to the point of speechlessness. If this flying ship attacked Wildfire City, how long could the city barrier array last? However, Yi Xian would not do this kind of thing. After all, he was not going to massacre the city. This time's harvest was not bad, but Yi Xian was still unable to reach the level of 4th tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, he was thinking whether to leave or continue to stay. If he continued to stay, there would definitely be more powerful experts appearing. Even a 6th tribulation peak city lord would appear. However, what Yi Xian did not understand was why the city lord was looking for him. Therefore, he decided to stay. Today, he was going to have another big battle. Not long after, the news spread to the city lord mansion. Following that, the city lord was furious and led the experts to rush out. There were a total of 6 6th tribulation loose immortals. Including the city lord, there were 7 of them. In addition, there were more than 25th tribulation loose immortals. This was the strength of the city lord mansion. Facing such a powerful team, Yi Xian did not have any stage fright and just looked at them. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my place? The city lord of Wildfire City shouted angrily. You are the city lord of Wildfire City? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. That's me. The city lord of Burning Field City widened his eyes and replied. I want to ask you, why did you send people to find trouble with me for no reason? Do I have a grudge against you? Yi Xian immediately asked. I also wish to ask you, where did you obtain this exploding flame-flying boat? The Burning Field City's city master asked. Yi Xian said, where did it come from? What does it have to do with you? If I'm not mistaken, this flying boat should be made by Grandmaster Tianbao of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It's an all-round flying boat that combines attack, defense, and speed. Even I might not be able to afford such a level 6 flying boat, the city lord of Wildfire City said. You can't afford it because you're not capable, Yi Xian mocked. However, the explosive flame-flying ship was originally only a level 5 flying ship. It only became a level 6 flying ship after going through the flying ship system. Such a flying ship was indeed something that the city lord of Burningfield City could not afford. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Die. The city lord of the Burningfield City did not say anything and directly attacked. Yi Xian was taken aback. This old man was swift and decisive, taking action as soon as he said so. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Sword blade storm. In an instant, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to use his ultimate move. At the same time, he also directly attacked. It had been a long time since he personally fought to his heart's content. Slaughter Seal. He first condensed a Slaughter Seal and then started attacking. As long as he condensed 2 Slaughter Seals, then he could use 2 more Slaughter Seals to stack up to 5 Slaughter Seals. Then, he would use all of them to unleash the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. He had not used the Immortal Slaying Sword formation since he merged with the Immortal Slaying Bloodline until now. Today, he would test its power. At the same time, he controlled the flying boat to circle to one side and launched the exploding flame attack. However, a large number of experts had come to the City Lord Mansion this time. Even the exploding flame attack was completely destroyed by the other experts. At present, the exploding flame flying boat's energy could still launch 3 attacks. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy. The ones participating in this battle were Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Due to the difference of 6 realms, Yi Xian did not dare to approach the City Lord. After all, there was a difference of 6 realms between them. If he was not careful, he might be killed instantly. Fortunately, among the people that the City Lord of Wildfire City brought this time, in addition to the 6th and 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals, there were also 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. In an instant, Yi Xian controlled a large number of 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals and made them attack the surrounding experts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled. The City Lord of Wildfire City clearly did not expect that so many people would betray him. He subconsciously reacted. It must be Yi Xian who controlled these people. This joint attack caused the fall of 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. This brought a lot of killing intent to Yi Xian. Ding. Host has condensed a Slaughter Seal. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian already had 2 Slaughter Seals. As long as he gathered 1 more seal, he would be able to use the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. However, the first time, he killed 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals because of a sneak attack. Now that everyone had reacted, it would not be so easy. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had other moves. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly went past the City Lord of Wildfire City and arrived beside a 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Then, he directly used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. A flaming hoof directly fell and stepped on 2 people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used the 2nd Unicorn Descend. Bang! This hoof instantly killed the 2 people. As for the 3rd hoof, Yi Xian aimed at the group of 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. 3 more system notifications sounded. This time, the 3rd Slaughter Seal was finally condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a Slaughter Seal. When the system notification sounded out, Yi Xian had used the Slaughter engraving skill twice. 5 Slaughter Seals. Come, Immortal Slaying Sword formation. After Yi Xian used up 5 Slaughter Seals, a huge formation with him as the center appeared. In the air, various weapons quickly appeared. They were all long swords. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Although Yi Xian did not count in detail, these long swords had already covered the sky. Before everyone could react, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation began to operate. Tens of thousands of long swords began to sweep. Whoosh! Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, the wind whistled. Chapter 1670. However, at this moment Yi Xian's mind is ringing continuously. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. In just an instant, several 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals were killed. At the same time, all the 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals were killed. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, the Wildfire City Lord's face is gloomy. This formation was set up by the peak 4th Tribulation Loose Immortal Yi Xian. Its power is not small. Most importantly, Yi Xian is immune to these long swords. They will pass through his body and will not cause any harm. This means that he can attack from within the formation. However, he does not want to do so. Because in less than 3 seconds, the rest of the 6th Tribulation loose immortals will all die. Only the Wildfire City Lord is left. At the same time, the Wildfire City Lord is covered with injuries and will not be able to hold on for much longer. Since that is the case, I will send you on your way. Yi Xian squints his eyes and uses death-chasing order to mark the Wildfire City Lord and then flashes over. Eye of Assassination. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Chapter 1671. Up ahead is the most dangerous place in the small immortal realm, the Immortal Tomb. Even a 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to come out alive. The 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal furrowed his brows. The Immortal Tomb was a very strange place. Even if he drove a flying boat in, he might still die. So he decided not to chase after him. Of course, he had to see Yi Xian enter the Immortal Tomb with his own eyes. However, Yi Xian did not know about this dangerous place and rushed in with the remaining half of the exploding flame-flying boat. It's dark. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings were dark, and then there was no light at all. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see everything around him. But what surprised him was that the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal did not chase after him. Something was wrong. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He knew that he'd chased into a dangerous place. He immediately used the Eyes of the Void, but the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The Eyes of the Void is temporarily unavailable. Yi Xian's heart sank. What was this place? Even the Eyes of the Void could not be used. The space in the small immortal realm was very stable. Even the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal chasing after Yi Xian could not break through the void. Yi Xian could not either, but his Eyes of the Void could be used under normal circumstances. It seemed that he had entered a dangerous place. This is not a good place to stay. Let's retreat first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He began to repair the flying boat and then took a detour to leave this dark place. But at this moment, boom! A loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded out from the dark surroundings, as if thunder had struck. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was no light at all. The next moment, the flying boat could no longer fly and fell from the sky. Forbidden space array? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Because even he couldn't fly, he directly fell down from the sky. Fortunately, with his physique, he would not be injured even if he fell from a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. If an expert fell to his death, could he still be called an expert? However, just as the flying ship was about to pass through, Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to see a huge stone tablet in front of them. No, it wasn't a stone tablet, but a gigantic tombstone. But that was not the point. The point was that when the flying boat was about to land, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The exploding flame-flying ship didn't land. Instead, it headed straight for the core of the planet. The F***CK? Yi Xian was shocked. What was going on? All of a sudden, a forbidden space formation appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to enter, a large hole suddenly opened up in the ground, allowing him to enter. What was going on? It seemed that there was a super-powerful existence controlling everything behind the scenes. Yi Xian was already on high alert. The old tree and the others were also on standby in the planting space. If there was any danger, they would immediately charge out. However, Yi Xian was too paranoid. Soon, the flying boat was inserted into the ground, and the hole disappeared quietly. At this time, the flying boat had been repaired. Yi Xian hid inside and quietly observed his surroundings with his Eye of Revelation. The flying boat was a 6th-grade flying boat with a 6th-grade defensive power. Even a 7th Tribulation loose immortal would have to spend some effort to break it, so it was relatively safe. There was nothing around except for a large door. At this time, the cave suddenly lit up, and a figure appeared. This was an old man. He seemed very ordinary, but Yi Xian, who was in the explosive flame-flying ship, knew that he wasn't such a simple person. Fated person, come out and meet me. The old man said slowly. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He knew that he was in big trouble and secretly cursed his bad luck. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Yi Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he asked, "Senior, why did you lead me here?" The old man did not answer this question. He said, "Young man, don't be afraid. If I want to kill you, your flying boat can't stop me." After he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand. A white light flashed in front of Yi Xian, then forcefully cut the explosive flame-flying boat in half. This time, Yi Xian was terrified. It was just a figure, but it had such power. This freaking figure was at least a ninth tribulation loose immortal. Since the flying boat's defensive power was useless, Yi Xian could only walk out and face the old man. "Young man, since you can come here, it means that we are fated. Next, I will give you a great opportunity," the old man said. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "What fated? You clearly forced me to come here." However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, two beams of light burst out of his eyes. Was it a good fortune or a great one? "Senior, this is..." Yi Xian forcefully suppressed his joy and said in astonishment. "To tell you the truth, I'm already dead. This flowing light palace is my tomb. In this flowing light palace, there are the treasures I left behind. But if you want to enter, you need a key," the old man said. "Dead? Treasures? Key?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. How did he come across such a good thing? Something was fishy. "Then, what do you want me to do?" Yi Xian asked. "Very simple. I want you to go to the Immortal Destiny sect and get the key. Then, this treasure is yours," the old man replied. When the words Immortal Destiny sect fell into Yi Xian's ears, he could not help but shudder. "The key is in the Immortal Destiny sect." Yi Xian was shocked. The Immortal Destiny sect was the overlord of the lesser immortal realm. If this old man had connections with them, could he be an elder of the Immortal Destiny sect? The old man narrowed his weathered eyes. "Young man, I'm Flowing Light. Haven't you heard of me? Flowing Light? What's wrong with this name?" Yi Xian was a little confused. This was the first time he'd heard of this name. What a hothead. The old man smiled faintly. "I, Flowing Light Immortal, am one of the three great immortals of the lesser immortal realm. I am also the founder of the Immortal Destiny sect." "What?" As soon as he said this, Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. The old man in front of him was one of the three great immortals who'd founded the lesser immortal realm. Immortals were much stronger than itinerant immortals. But that was not the point. The point was, how could an immortal die? "Senior, since you are an immortal, how could you die?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. This lesser immortal realm was founded by Flowing Light Immortal and two other immortals. In this lesser immortal realm, Flowing Light Immortal was almost invincible. How could he die? Chapter 1672. Something. Yi Xian was shocked and asked, "What is it?" "This is also the reason why I brought you in. You have the same aura as that thing, so you must have gotten it before." After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly condensed the shadow of a black stone in his hand. There was a strange pattern on the black stone, which was very familiar to Yi Xian. "This is the devouring source." Yi Xian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Now, he understood why he came in. It was because he had once obtained a devouring source in the Bloodrock continent. At that time, that devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. If he devoured another one, he might be able to level up again. This strange thing can devour all things, then convert them into immortal power and give it back to me. The other two immortals found out about this secret of mine and attacked me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape, but not long after, I was seriously injured and died. Before I died, I set up a fallen immortal formation. Anyone who enters will be killed by the fallen immortal formation, even 9 tribulation loose immortals. After the old man finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. The other two immortals were my senior and junior brothers in the same sect, and also my best friends. But because of this thing, they could not help but attack me. They knew that the immortal tomb was where I died, but because of the fallen immortal formation, they did not dare to enter. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but break out in cold sweat. This fallen immortal formation could even kill 9 tribulation loose immortals, and even real immortals were afraid of it, let alone a 5 tribulation loose immortal like him. Senior, since this is your tomb, can't you just open the door? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No, my Qian Kuan ring has been marked by them. Once it is opened, they will know. At that time, they will try their best to come in. Lumen Immortal shook his head. Then wouldn't it be the same if I opened it with the key? Yi Xian frowned. That's different. By the time you go to the Immortal Destiny sect to retrieve the key, I would have already set up a concealment array. Although it can only conceal you for a day, it's enough for you to take everything away, said Immortal Luminous. Yi Xian paused and said, so you're saying that this key isn't the key to opening the door, and it's not the key? If possible, it would be best to obtain that key. That is the key to opening the passageway to the immortal plane, Immortal Luminous said. A passage to the immortal world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, isn't it closed now? That's right, the passageway to the celestial realm is indeed closed. However, do you know why? After Celestial Lumen finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause for a moment before he continued. All those years ago, the 3 of us were hunted down in the immortal world, and we had no choice but to hide in the lower realms. After that, we removed the key to the Immortal Ascension platform and unilaterally closed the passageway to the immortal world. That way, the people of the immortal world wouldn't be able to come down. It's you, seniors? Yi Xian was shocked. However, by doing so, we've already violated the heavenly rules of the immortal realm. If the passageway to the immortal realm opens again, we definitely won't be able to avoid it. That's why the other 2 didn't dare to open the passageway to the immortal realm. Most importantly, I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform. It's all in my tomb. As long as you obtain the key, you can open the passageway to the immortal realm. After hearing Immortal Luminous words, Yi Xian fell silent. After a while, he said, the key to the Immortal Ascension platform should be in the hands of the other 2 immortals, right? The key to the Immortal Ascension platform is called the Immortal Token of Ascension. However, since I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform, the array can no longer be used. Hence, the Immortal Token of Ascension alone is useless. The Immortal Token of Ascension has already become the token of the Immortal Destiny sect's sect leader. It's not in their hands, Immortal Luminous said. Sect leader. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. The rest were at most peak 9th tribulation scattered immortals. If that was the case, he could deal with them. Senior, besides wanting me to obtain the Immortal Token of Ascension, do you have any other requests? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Back then, I was hunted down and came to the lower realm. My only regret is needless to say. My request is that after you open the passageway to the immortal realm, you bring my corpse back to the real Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Luminous sighed. The real Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then, he nodded and said, all right, I'll definitely do it. After hearing Yi Xian's reply, Immortal Luminous nodded slightly and said, although this is the first time we've met, I can feel that you're not an ordinary person. I can see that you've been cultivating for less than 100 years, right? After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked again. An immortal was indeed an immortal. His eyesight was really sharp. He actually guessed correctly. However, it had not even been 20 years since he started cultivating. Where did 100 years come from? You should also have a piece of that black stone. With it, it's reasonable for you to have this much. However, I don't intend to give it to you now, unless you can bring back the immortal token, Immortal Luminous said. But I'm only a 5 tribulation scattered immortal now. How can I enter the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Very simple. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly took out 5 stones and said, these are called Immortal Destiny stones. With them, you can enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 1 piece for an outer sect disciple, 2 pieces for an inner sect disciple, and 3 pieces can directly become an elder's personal disciple. What are these? How can they be so powerful? Yi Xian took the 3 white stones and quickly scanned them with his eye of revelation. However, he did not discover anything. I'm a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. We pay attention to fate. When we established the Immortal Destiny sect, we spread them out. These 3 stones are actually immortal stones that I brought down from the immortal realm. However, there's a formation on them. If you don't break it, you won't be able to see anything. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly broke the formation on the 2 immortal stones and threw them to Yi Xian. It's an immortal stone. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and quickly swallowed the immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Hiss! After hearing the series of system notifications, Yi Xian could not help but gasp. Just 1 immortal stone had allowed him to jump 2 realms. If it was not for the tribulation, he would have continued to break through. What a loss. Scary, too scary. Just 1 immortal stone allowed me to break through twice. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. Unfortunately, he was now very poor and could not shorten the tribulation time to 0. Therefore, he could only be stuck at the peak of 5 tribulation scattered immortal. It's really powerful. It's a pity that I'm already dead. Otherwise, with this black stone, I could even break through the shackles of immortals and become a heaven immortal.